Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, it's a great honour and a real pleasure to stand before you here today in Inverness at the King's Mills Hotel, and Inverness being the beating heart of the Highlands of Scotland. At this crucial time for both our region and our planet. This is the Sustainable Scotland Green Series 2025, sponsored by the Scotsman and others. First of all, with some housekeeping to mention, I'd like to thank the event partners for this event: SSEN Transmission, Fred Olsen Renewables, Statkraft, Glenelg Energy, Highland Renewables CIC, Vattenfall, the Highland Council, and today we have a hashtag, which I think the boys will put up, hashtag HI Green Energy 25, if anyone would like to tweet or X or whatever the modern terminology is for social media. And as you know, we are all here to discuss the green energy landscape as far as the Highlands and Islands is concerned, and to celebrate the success and challenges ahead, and there are many ahead as we work towards making Scotland a leader in green energy. Questions can be asked throughout the day online. Use the QR code in the programme or the code link on the screen now to open slides, and you can ask questions here or the traditional way of raising your hand when the chair asks for any questions, and there's going to be various chairs throughout the day leading the various panels. From a security point of view, lanyards must be worn throughout the day, and you will not have access to the conference without your lanyard. Finally, there are no fire alarms planned at all today as far as we know, so if you hear of one, find your nearest exit, which you'll see they're all very well indicated around the building, and you will be directed by staff, Kingsmill staff of the hotel, to your various assembly points. For those that don't know me, my name is Willie Cameron. I'm the founding director of the Cobbs Group of Companies and a board member of Highland Tourism CIC, or now Highland CIC. And I've had the privilege of dedicating much of my life to the championing the Highlands of Scotland, its people, its landscapes, and its future, from tourism and heritage to business and now to green energy. My mission has always been the same: to help this extraordinary place thrive in a way that respects its roots and embraces the road ahead. As an ambassador for international trade for many years, I've been proud to help showcase the Highlands to the world, not only as a destination rich in history and hospitality, but increasingly as a hub for innovation in green energy. The conversations I've had across the globe reflect something I've always believed, that the Highlands have something truly special to offer to the world. This belief is rooted in more than just potential. It's rooted in our legacy. Our region has a deep and proud heritage of hydroelectric power, with pioneering projects dating back over a century. That legacy inspires my vision for what comes next, because we are not starting from scratch. We are building on a foundation laid by those who understood that energy, when harnessed thoughtfully, could transform lives and communities. Today, we stand at the dawn of a new chapter. And as far as I'm concerned, the Highlands are on the cusp of greatness. The winds that sweep across our glens, the tides that move through our lochs and coasts, the sun that shines over our straths, these are not just features of our landscapes, they are the fuels of our future. But if we are truly to realise that future, we must do it the Highland way, with integrity, with collaboration, and with a deep respect for the land that sustains us. Sustainable development is not just a buzzword, it's a responsibility, and it's an opportunity to create green jobs for our young people, to support rural communities, to keep our schools, our businesses, and our culture alive. And in spite of change, not in spite of change, but because of it. I was deeply honoured to receive the Silver Thistle Award for my contributions to tourism in Scotland. And I see green energy as a natural extension of that work, because a clean, vibrant Highlands is not only good for our environment, it's good for our economy, our identity, and our international standing. So let us move forward with ambition. Let us be bold. Let us continue to position the Highlands as a world leader in green innovation, rooted in our history, powered by our landscape, and driven by our people. The Highlands have always told a powerful story. We have the chance to write a new chapter, one that honours our past and safeguards our future. Let's write it together. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to introduce our first panel of the day. Subject is Progress and Achievements in Green Energy in the Highlands. Please welcome to the front of the room our chair for this session and following the next session, Morag Watson, Director of Onshore Scottish Renewables, who will welcome our panel to the stage.
Good morning, colleagues. It's lovely to be with you this morning and to be chairing the first two panels today. So our first panel is Progress and Achievements in Green Energy in the Highlands, what has happened over the last 12 months. So for this panel, I would like to invite up onto the stage, we have Christina Logan, who's the Director of Customers and Stakeholders at SSEN Transmission. We have Malcolm MacLeod, Assistant Chief Executive of Highland Council, and Mike and I did not get a chance to meet before this session, so I'm going to take a guess at the... I'm going with German pronunciation of your name, so we can have Mike Engelbrecht, of the Vice President of Sumitomo Electric UK. We had a big debate as to whether we went German or Dutch for the pronunciation. Thank you. Okay. So welcome to my panel. So, as said, what we're going to start with today is a little bit of a state of the nation stock take from a Highland perspective. It has been quite the year. So what we're going to do is we're going to review what's been happening over the last 12 months, the achievements that have been delivered in Highland, and the challenges that we're facing. Now, since we got a new government in July last year, the pace of change has been unprecedented. It's 21 years this year since I started my career in education and climate change policy in the UK. To give you an idea of how fast things are changing, in the whole of last year, me and my team of 12 responded to 29 government consultations on energy and climate change. In the first 6 months of our new Labour government, we have responded to over 50 consultations. We used to get 12 weeks to respond to these. In the last 6 months, on average, we've had 6 weeks. Sometimes we've had as little as 7 days. I have never in my career seen things move at the pace that they are currently moving. I'm going to put this a little further back because we're getting a little bit of funny feedback there. Let's see if that fixes it. Can you still hear me if I do that? Awesome. You can hear me and no feedback. So, without further ado, I am going to come to my panel to introduce themselves and a little bit about what they do, and then we will launch in. So we'll start with introductions. So Christina, I will start with you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here with you today in the Highlands. I'm the Director of Customers and Stakeholders for SSEN Transmission. SSEN Transmission is the electricity transmission network owner and operator for this region, but the whole of the north of Scotland and its islands as well. We are committed to delivering reliable and secure energy supplies across the region, and we play a pivotal role in the energy transition because our wee network here in the north of Scotland will actually contribute 16% of GB decarbonisation. We do that by connecting low carbon power to our system and transporting it to the areas where it is needed. And as I say, we're committed to reliability as well. So many of the projects that are in development and delivery across the region are also replacing aged infrastructure, old overhead lines and substations that are reaching end of life, and we replace those to bring them up to spec and ready for the future. And for myself, I've been in the energy industry over 17 years now, crazily enough. And I moved into SSEN transmission around 8 years ago to focus on that growth that will deliver the low carbon agenda. Myself and my team work to make sure we do that in a way that delivers on that low carbon secure power ambition, but also to deliver benefits to the local areas where we live, work and operate.
Thank you very much. So I'll come to Malcolm next. Now, Malcolm, you are definitely winning on the briefest remit title of being responsible for Place, but when we unpack that, it's quite an extensive remit, so please.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm Malcolm MacLeod. I'm Assistant Chief Executive for Place in the Highland Council, and yes, you're correct. It covers a lot of things from planning and economic development to potholes, to power, to lots of other things in between. My part of the council is obviously keenly involved in all aspects of making sure we are delivering both for you as developers, but also for our Highland communities and our elected members to make sure that we get the best possible deal for Highland, and that we are providing, as no doubt we'll come on to some of the challenges that we face in terms of the regulatory side. So I've been here for quite a long time, and since 1998, in fact. So have been part and parcel of the developments right across Highland since then. And I think in all the time I've been here, despite some of the difficult global and kind of perhaps macroeconomic and governmental issues that are at the moment, I think I've never been as excited as I am now in terms of the opportunities we've got in front of us.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. And Mike, if I could come to you, Sumitomo should be a name that everybody in the room knows and should be very excited about it. But for those who maybe are a little behind the curve, can you please introduce yourselves?
Well, we certainly do hope so. And good morning to everybody. Mike Engelbrecht. I'm the VP for Sumitomo Electric UK Power Cables Limited. This is the company that is building the cable factory out at Port of Nig. The factory itself is a £350 million investment, and to support the likes of the transmission industry as well as offshore wind. We will make two products. One is the HVDC cable for transmission, and the second then is the inter-array cables that are associated with the wind farms. So yeah, great to be here. Hopefully we can give you some insight as to what's happened with our factory. If you'd like to see the evolution of it, we do have a small standout, and Ricky has put a couple of photographs together for how the site has changed over the last couple of months. So yeah, good to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now you all know who my panel are. I'm going to come to each of them in turn to give us 3 minutes of their thoughts on the topic of this session, those progress and achievements in green energy in the Highlands over the last 12 months. So I'll come back in the same order. So Christiane, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to really focus on some of the kind of world-class or world-level leading milestones that we've had over the last 12 months. And the first one I wanted to call out is that we have connected the Shetland Islands via transmission link for the first time. That's a project we worked on for over a decade to get to that point. And that's a huge milestone. It's a 260-kilometre HVDC link to the island. In due course, it will fully decarbonise the island by allowing diesel power station to become purely a backup. In the meantime, it has connected the Viking onshore wind farm, but that wind farm has conditions like an offshore wind farm because it's on Shetland. So its output is significant. It's enough to power 500,000 homes. So not only are we powering the island, but bringing that power onto the mainland as well. And that is world class because that is the first time that a multi-terminal HVDC project has been connected outside of China. So this really is a world-leading innovation up in Shetland. Second thing I wanted to call out is actually over on the east coast. we had our groundbreaking back in September on the Eagle 2 project. That project is the UK's biggest transmission project. It is a subsea cable from the north of Scotland down to England, taking that power to where the centres of demand are. So that was a really exciting milestone for us too. In terms of the more local milestones, we had a grand opening for our new operations warehouse here in Inverness. That's very much about the reliability of the system, making sure that we can get out to do any repairs on the network as we need to, and we're on the ground here in the north of Scotland to do that. And then some innovations. We procured the first mobile substation at the transmission voltages outside of Northern Europe. So bring in some real innovations that will help connect more projects quicker, which I know will be welcome news for many in the room. And we've been looking at some dynamic line rating technology installations as well. And my colleague Thomas will probably speak more about that later. The final one is a bit nerdy, but bear with me. We have been working on installation of non-SF6 breakers at transmission voltage. This SF6 is an insulation gas, but it's the most polluting greenhouse gas in the world, and it's very commonly used in transmission infrastructure. We have installed SF6-free equipment at this voltage for the first time here in the north of Scotland, a joint world first with another TO elsewhere. So really exciting milestones for us.
Lots of very interesting things happening. So Malcolm, I'm going to come to you next. What are the things that are on your mind from the last 12 months?
Okay, so I think for us, I'm going to start with everyone's favourite topic, which is the planning system. And, you know, we've got, when I compare us to other local authorities in Scotland, clearly in terms just the number, but more importantly the scale of applications onshore and offshore planning, Section 36, Section 37 applications, we are, shall we say, got a healthy pipeline. And I think even with the newer technologies that are coming forward, I think at the last time I asked, there were 79 either interests or applications in for battery energy storage systems. So we've had recruitment issues, we've had recruitment challenges, but actually through the last year, we've driven through an awful lot of decisions, both delegated and through our planning committees. We've now got a fairly stable team of really expert people who are dealing with these. So, you know, I'm proud of what we've achieved over the last year, just in terms of making sure the process is open, it's transparent, and wherever possible, because everybody wants to be front of the queue, but wherever possible, we can work with people to make sure they're working to decision points they need. Now, I'm sure others will want to speak to me about the other side of that, but I think I've been really grateful for the way developers have engaged. And every time I speak, if you get it right first time, there's no need to go back and forward and back and forward. So that message is beginning to become clear and certainly helping us in terms of the duties we have. Second thing, in terms of planning, we produced, as you know, a renewables mapping tool that went live a couple of weeks ago. It has generated a lot of interest, but I think it was necessary to show both the scale, distribution, but also the interconnectedness of all these different types of energy production types. And I think it does begin to paint the picture of how everything does connect up, because one of the issues that is constantly raised is the issue of cumulative impact of the different types. And part of it is lack of understanding of how you need to have all of these different types of energy to solve the challenges the country has. Over the last year, we've worked hard with Callum and the board at the Green Freeport to move things forward. I think as a region, we have done everything that's been asked of us. We are still waiting for that final business case sign-off, which I think is so critical to us being able to move on and start investing, for example, the seed capital money that'll help deliver the infrastructure required to support the ongoing development, such as at NIG. But again, we've done a good job on that, I hope. But aside from energy, all of this isn't going to happen on its own. So there needs to be that supporting infrastructure to help support us as a group. And certainly there's two areas where the council's been heavily involved in that. One is in dealing with our housing challenge. Last October, we made 5 commitments. And these commitments were around trying to unblock some of the issues in the planning system, which we've done in terms of setting up a much more triage system to help get problems out early. We've funded through our land bank funding, more funding going into housing. We have delivered on our call for sites, which has recently been completed. And we've made our commitment to deliver 3 master plan consent areas, which I know it's equally geeky, but to help free up the supply of housing over the next 18 months. And that work is now commencing. So we are going to be having a follow-up to our housing summit that we held last year. But I think what I'm trying to say is the council's done what we said we were going to do, and there is a need for developers and other agencies and other governments, the two governments, to come on board. We're making really good progress with some innovative funding models to help with the delivery of housing that this scale of investment is going to need. And I'm really happy with the way it's going. But obviously, time is ticking and we need to move on as time is ticking for me. So the last thing I wanted to finish with was the social value charter that we produced last year. And I make no apologies for raising it. I think many people, probably many people in this room, feel that the legacies being left by the different types of renewables is not enough for Highland, and we need to work hard in partnership to make sure we are delivering long-term legacy for the area. There are so many good points in that social value charter. But I think it's been perhaps not as well understood as it might be. We want to make sure that people are talking to us and we are delivering. We've got a number of developers who are engaging, and we're delighted actually with the way the SSE transmission have engaged. But I make no apologies for sending out the message that others have to come to the table. Because we do need to leave a legacy from renewable energy development in Highland.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. And I think we can safely say this is a safe space where we can all be unashamedly nerdy about things. So, Mike, if I come to you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. And I think just picking up on what Malcolm said about planning, we've lived this. And the key for us certainly was early engagement with the Planning Council. We eventually did submit our planning application in September of 23, which I know is just outside the 12-month window. But we got that planning through via committee in January of 24. So it was a quick turnaround for us. But yeah, all down to not only the support that we received from the council, but also then that early engagement. So that was a big one for us to get going. I'd say the second one, in terms of getting the factory going and whatever, was then the land lease. So not so easy for us. We have 4 different landowners, but ably assisted by Crown Estate Scotland. I see you're sitting in the second row there, to get us over that line. And I think really a team effort right from the get-go. We've received nothing but a warm welcome since we've arrived in the Highlands, and that's been right from the start of this project. So getting that land lease over the line in September of last year was a big one for us to really crack on with the manufacture or certainly setting up the manufacturing facility. From a commercial point of view, we have been announced from SSE in transmission as the preferred bidder on the second Shetland link, which is a big one for us. That's 700 kilometres of cable. The project timing is more towards the 2030, so commissioning I think only 2033 at this stage. But it does give an indication of this was the right choice for us, and we're in the right place to service contracts such as these. From a strictly renewables point of view, not only will we be taking green power from a supply point of view to the factory, but we're also looking at alternative methods. We are engaging with the community locally to look at things like solar farms and how we can then run private wires from those solar farms to our manufacturing facility as well. We're also having a look at solar power on the roof of the facility, kind of like the one with the engagement with the community a bit better as well, because that services a lot of needs for not only us but also then for the surrounding community as well. And then I think just also worth mentioning the works spend so far. So out of our work spend, we've had a consolidated effort to keep that in the Highlands. 100% of our work spend has been in UK and Ireland. I mentioned Ireland as well because our managing contractor is from Ireland. But 100% of that spend has been in the UK and Ireland, and of that 100%, 70% has been in Scotland so far. Of that 70%, 55% is in the Highlands, and then the rest of it is elsewhere in Scotland. So it's really been a key focus area for us to spend that money in the Highlands. We've been, I wouldn't say surprised, but the level of contractor and the quality of contractor that we've engaged so far on the works here has been exceptional. And certainly they don't need to stand back for anybody. And we've built factories in the rest of the world as well. We've built in India, we're building in China, we've built in Saudi Arabia. The quality of the contractors that we've seen and engaged with, as I say, they don't need to stand back for anybody. Lastly, then on the skills side of things, I think it would be remiss of me not to mention in any of that. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion on skills and skills engagement. We have the luxury of having a parent company over in Japan. So we are recruiting, as we speak, young folk that will go over to Japan for an extended 6-month period. We've had 2 sessions out of 3 so far to attract that talent. And I was a little concerned after the first one because it looked as though we were just on the merry-go-round. In other words, people that were in existing facilities here in the Highlands then just coming looking at what other opportunities are available. But I'm pleased to say in our second session that we have had people coming from Stirling, from Falkirk and what have you. So the word is getting out that the Highlands is the place to be, and hopefully, this factory can then be a part of attracting those folk from other areas. So yeah, in a nutshell, it's been a busy 12 months. Reading a little bit, I'm about to go on leave for a bit of a rest, so I'm looking really forward to that. It's been a while, but it's also been a very, very encouraging and rewarding time so far. So we're really looking forward to making an impact here further in the Highlands already, over and above that which we've already created. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. So this brings us into the panel discussion part of this session. And I think it's all happening here in the Highlands, and the Highlands is the place to be, is a good sentiment to start. So the purpose of this panel is the sort of state of the nation, what's changed over the last 12 months. So, Christiana, if I come to you first of all about what really stands out in your mind as the big thing that's happened, changed, been achieved in the last 12 months, and then I'll come to my other panellists for their thoughts on this as well.
Well, I'm going to pick one that's specific for our sector but impacts most people. It's the reform of connections process. So as an industry, we've been working for over 2 years on trying to deal with the fact that the queue to connect to the electricity system was massively oversubscribed, and that was causing timelines to get connected to go further and further out into the future. But we knew that we didn't actually need all of this infrastructure to meet our clean power goals, and that leads to concerns, as Malcolm said, on the planning side, that people think there's going to be too much. The process that was just signed off by Ofgem in April, which we're working to introduce now, will rationalise that connections queue. It will mean that only projects that are ready to connect and that are needed to meet the clean power goals will receive a position in that connections queue. So that will allow us to have much more certainty about what projects we need to take forward. That allows us to secure the supply chain for those projects, and to put more confidence into the planning system about what's needed there.
Thank you very much. And Malcolm, if I come to you next, what's the real standout thing for you in the last 12 months?
Well, for me, I think we're used to seeing an awful lot of renewable energy development. It's been happening for the last 25 years. But I think for me, the most important side of it is that it's now branching out. And there's two ways it's doing that. One is we are seeing the levels of investment that Sumitomo are putting in. We're seeing the levels of investment that Haventus are putting in. We have a number of other really significant developments at other parts of the Green Freeport and indeed elsewhere coming forward. And, usually the developments are very much, or certainly in the last 10 years, they've very much been the energy developments themselves. But now we're seeing that broadening out. And the opportunity for me is right now in terms of expanding it just from construction, operation, and maintenance to actually the manufacturing side that sits behind all of these technologies. So that for me is the most, I love seeing things happening on the ground. So when you go to Neg or when you drive down to Ardashir, to actually see the confidence that people are putting into our region is the most exciting thing. And then on the back of that, I think the housing market, for example, is still at that nervous point about moving forward. But I also am a bit of a geek when I do drive around Highlands, looking at what's happening, and we are seeing some really important developments opening up around, particularly around the Inamori Firth for housing and other uses. So that's I would say the highlight is being able to smile when I drive around.
That's good news to hear. And Mike, you've already alluded to the fact that the last year has been pretty full on for you. So what's standing out over the last 12 months?
I think it's quite a subtle one for me, and I think for us, and it's around the word that Christiana mentioned, which is certainty. I think we've been a little bit nervous as to whether it's actually going to happen. But I think there's been a subtle change in the messaging, specifically from government. We had Chris Stark in this room 2 weeks ago, and he was very direct about this is happening. And yeah, we might be running a little bit late, or it's not all in place yet, and they're going to be bumps in the road. I think it was the same day that Orsted announced just the issues with Hornsey 4, which again sends ripples through. You put that on the back of what Mr. Trump is doing over on the other side of the Atlantic, and that creates a bit of a nervousness when it comes to big investments such as this. But of late, and 12 months has been a very long time in what we're doing. But I think of late there seems to be just coming up for air a little bit. There seems to be much more messaging, which is this is certain, it's going to happen, and it will be there in time. So yeah, we've had to maybe change our plans slightly in terms of which market to go with first. As you know, we've got HVDC or we've got array cables. So the offshore wind seems to have moved a little bit to the right. There's a bit more uncertainty there, whereas the TOs are moving forward with the likes of the EGL projects. So yeah, we have to adapt and pivot to what the market requirements are. But I think, yeah, we've got that confidence now. We're getting that confidence now that it's moving ahead. And that's going to give the rest of the supply chain certainty as well. So we've got tier 2 and tier 3 supply chain waiting on us. And in turn, we are waiting, commercially on what's going to happen in the market. If we're a go, they will come too. So I think if we can get it over the line, I think it's the snowball effect that I know some people have referred to in the past. We will get those industries coming to the Highlands as well, specifically.
Thank you. So this is where I get to geek out a little bit, because I'm going to ask a question about policy. And as I said, I've worked in policy for over 20 years now. We had the new Labour government elected last July. Within a week, they'd announced that Chris Stark would be head of mission control. For anyone in the room who's not familiar with Chris Stark, he was the Director of Energy and Climate Change for the Scottish Government. He then went on to be Chief Executive of the Climate Change Committee, the UK Government's official advisor on climate change. And as soon as the Labour Party was elected, he was brought into the heart of civil servants to make the clean power mission, decarbonising our electricity system by 2030, happen. We've also seen a whole host of projects and policies come forward, particularly the National Energy Systems Operator. The first time in UK history, we've had an organisation that strategically plans our energy system, and we have the Clean Power Action Plan, an actual pathway of how we decarbonise electricity across the UK by 2030. So a lot going on. So I'm just going to open this up to the panel as to who wants to come in first rather than just keep going along in the line. The policy changes in the last 12 months have been substantial. So how are you viewing this? How is this impacting on you, your businesses, what you're trying to achieve? Who'd like to come in on that one?
Yes, I can take one. I think you've left one out, which was GB Energy. GB Energy is full scale now, and they've just got their 300 million ready to spend and invest. So again, it goes back to the certainty for us. There's always more work to be done, and things take time and whatever. But even the movements from Ofgem, and I'm sure Christiana will know that better than us, we're seeing things speed up, and it has to. It's necessary. From our point of view, again, the messaging is there, but it's not only the messaging. In the case of GB Energy, this is real. The company's been formed, and I think with very able leadership, we've met with them before. These are people that have been in industry, that understand industry, and they also understand the policy side of things. So that's bringing those people together in a single entity, which is really, I think, a very positive move for policy and moving it forward.
If I could just get you to expand a little bit on that. You say certainty. What does that certainty enable you as a business to be able to do?
I think, first of all, it keeps the investors it keeps the money flowing. So the idea that and again, I think if I can just give a bit of background on Sumitomo, we also have recently in the last 12 months, we purchased a manufacturing facility in Germany, for example. There are big projects in Germany, the corridor projects that are taking 5 to 5 kV HVDC right from the north of the country down to the south. And in that case, that factory came with a massive backlog of orders. So commercially, this becomes a very easy decision for investors to say, well, yeah, we're going to stick in another 2 lines, for example. We're going to invest another £120 million in that facility. It makes our life a little bit easier when we go to the board and we say, well, we need to invest, we need to make an extension to an existing line or whatever the case may be, and we've got those commercial orders behind us. So from our point of view, that's it. It creates that certainty. And then, as I said, the knock-on effect for tier 2 and 3 is we've had big suppliers. We use non-ferrous metal in our process. Up to 70% of the value that we produce is in non-ferrous metals. We've had suppliers from Sweden, from Germany, from the Middle East coming through to us and saying to us, well, we'll look to establish a facility and we'll do it right next door, because it's a lot easier for us to then process that copper and just deliver it across the road. So if we can have that certainty and have those commercial orders coming through, we're in a position to then sign long-term contracts with tier 2 and tier 3. Existing suppliers that are here in Scotland have come to see us and say, for a relatively small amount, we can change our manufacturing facility to deliver products that you need, but they're going to wait on us before they do that. So yeah, that's how it flows.
Thank you, Mike. That's a really useful insight just to how this is playing out for businesses. Would any of our other 2 panellists like to come in on this, on how you're seeing the policy changes?
I dive in? It's got to be planning. I can't come to any conference and not talk about planning and consents. We have built our pathway to 2030 projects on the basis of getting consents within 12 months. So the most exciting policy development for us over the last 12 months was that the Scottish Government has committed in guidance to delivering consent decisions on Section 37, which is overhead line type projects, in 52 weeks. And it will be wonderful when we see that happening in practice. At the moment, we have our Sky project. It's been over 2.5 years in the planning process, and we've still not had that decision. So we have been advocating with the UK government, asking them to use powers through the Planning and Infrastructure Bill to make it a requirement to get decisions in 52 weeks. This is not about removing any of the process. It's about speeding the process up to give ourselves and other stakeholders more certainty about the outcomes of these projects.
Thank you. And Malcolm.
And
I saw as soon as she said planning,
no,
you were keen to be in there.
I'm actually not going to talk about planning. I think I'm going to take it down to a much more simple community level, because, you know, I think we've touched on, you know, you started with a number of consultations, the number of different organisations who are all coming together, but they're still different organisations. The landscape is so complicated. But to the Highland community and the Highland residents, what are the key things? And I would suggest there's probably two key things at the moment. One is around energy prices and fuel poverty and the differential there is. And that's not going to go away, you know, because that people need to at least have that explained. So there's a theme running through this about simplifying that whole landscape, because it is difficult for communities and dare I say, you know, some other sectors to understand the disparity that there is. So there is an issue there. I think the second area where there seems to be this really difficult dilemma for people who can't quite understand. You know, there are situations where we've got projects that can't get connection or can't get enough connection. So even houses we're building, you know, and there are local distribution difficulties. But it doesn't help us because it just looks as if it's all dislocated. And I know that's not related to the kind of national policy. But the third thing, I think, for everyone, it's great that this conference has been held in Inverness, because I think there's also that visibility across wider Scotland and the UK about what is happening here. And I do sometimes take a breath when I speak to people from both sides of the border, actually, but outside Highland, who don't really have an appreciation of the scale. And I know the work that Martin's going to be talking about later kind of tries to set that out. But it's really important we all sell that message about these aren't just numbers that are being banded around, because actually they're happening to a large extent. So.
Thank you very much. So I am aware that time is flying and we have 3 minutes left, and I have 3 more questions on my list here. But I am going to give the opportunity for a question from the audience. I'm afraid I can't get Slido to work on my phone right now, but would anyone like to stick their hand up and ask a question? Because if you don't, I've got a gazillion right here. We have one down the front here. Hang on, there's a mic coming in, so if you could say who you are and your question, and if you can try and make the question as concise as you can, because I can see the organisers getting twitchy at the amount of time this might take.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Professor Richard Weyrich from Augsburg in Germany, southern Germany, and I was invited to visit you here, and thank you very much to be here. And my question is, what you have a lot of green energy here in this region. So, what is the role seen for hydrogen and hydrogen export by the panel?
Okay, now that's an interesting one, because I don't think anyone on the panel works on hydrogen, but I know it comes slightly into what you were talking about in connection. So, Christiana.
Yeah, so I think it's a really interesting conversation when we talk about hydrogen, because sometimes people say to me, oh, well, we won't need all this transmission infrastructure if we turn all of this into hydrogen and we can use other transport methods to move that energy around. My answer is we need it all. If we are going to achieve clean power and decarbonise our wider economy as well, we are going to need different vectors for energy. We're going to need different types. And we have some connection applications within the Highlands already for new hydrogen production. In the car on the way up, we actually were talking about how we need to plan for new demand on the system. To us, hydrogen would appear as a demand, using some of the great renewable energy that we have here and then turning it into a different type of energy. So it's very much a yes, please, both. I think the timescale for it is slightly further out than what we have in terms of onshore and offshore wind at the moment, but it's very much part of clean power plans and the system operators' strategic spatial energy plans to consider that as well.
Did you want to come in?
And just to finalise and welcome, I have a copy of your presentation on my desk, actually, and I think there's definitely space for hydrogen, and actually there are real projects being advanced, both in the Freeport space, but also in other locations. So, and I think there's funding issues, there's scale issues, there's timing issues, but there are definitely areas that we are looking for. And thankfully, Neil Osborne, I'm trying to find him, but he's hiding me. Neil is going to be on the next panel, so Neil, make sure you mention the Council's hydrogen project, because it's way above my level of understanding. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, time has flown and run away with us, and that brings us to the end of this panel. So I want to finish by quoting Julian Leslie, who is part of the National Energy Systems Operator. He's their chief engineer. He's in charge of the energy systems planning. And when asked about what we were doing out to 2030, he described it as achieving the Clean Power Action Plan by 2030 is like reaching the Everest base camp. It's incredibly hard work and it's an incredible achievement, but when you get there, you've still got the world's biggest mountain to climb. And that is what we are looking at over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And as we've already heard, the Highlands is going to be the centre of gravity where a lot of this is happening in Scotland. So exciting times, exhilarating times, huge opportunities, but huge challenges. So I would like you to thank the panel in the usual way for sharing their insights into what it is we are doing here in the Highlands and what it is we're going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Morag, and thanks the panel. As we've heard there, the Highlands is where it's happening. Less nervousness that it is going to happen, and network milestones. And excitement from the Council about the opportunities for the area, huge benefits and opportunities for local business and local people and the local supply chain, and the importance of certainty in unlocking the real benefits for the Highlands of Scotland. And the need for developers undoubtedly to come together for the benefit of our Highland communities. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Morag is going to chair the next panel, which is on financing and investments, green energy projects in the Highlands. Morag, over to you.
Thank you very much. And if I could invite my panel up to the front here, we have Jenna Williamson, Neil Osborne and Mark Brennan, if you'd like to come on down. That's me showing my age with my cultural references there. In we all come. Welcome, panel. It's great to have you with us. Good stuff. So everybody's familiar with how this goes, so I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves, and then we'll do some opening remarks, and then we'll come to questions. But before we do, a little bit about this panel. So we're looking at financing and investing in green energy projects in the Highlands. As we already alluded to in the first session there, none of these projects happen without investors backing them. In a really simple way of thinking about it, nobody builds or buys a house these days generally without a mortgage. None of these energy projects get built without the energy project equivalent of a mortgage. And that money has to be borrowed and people have to be willing to lend it, and then the whole business case has to stack up. So there's a whole host of issues in there that we can unpack and talk about. Now, when I started working for Scottish Renewables, which was 6 years ago, there were only 3 key issues that our members in the trade body used to come talk to us about. You needed planning, as we've already heard from Christiana, you needed a connection to the grid, and then you needed a contract for difference from the UK government. If you had those 3 things, your project was an absolute cert, and you'd be building it. But what we've seen since the invasion of Ukraine is the economics have shifted, and shifted substantially. Having those 3 things no longer makes it a cert, and we've seen some worrying trends to counteract the optimism in the first session here. So, for example, we've seen SSE have to put their Vlairi, if you're an SSE, Vlairi, if you're a Gaelic speaker, extension project on hold. Now, extension projects are the easiest ones to get away. We've also seen them have to put ACNI on hold as well. We've seen them hand back their contracts for difference from allocation round 4. We've also heard of Hornsey, down in the south of England, handing back their CFD contract as well. These are not decisions that are taken lightly. This attracts millions of pounds in penalties to do this, and it locks you out of the next 2 allocation rounds. So nobody is doing this on a whim. So we've moved very strongly from the big thing was getting your grid connection and all those other 3 pieces to your biggest challenge is reaching a final investment decision. And to add another note of slight grimness to the conference, Highland has more consented but unbuilt wind turbines than any other place in the UK. We have 300, we're now heading towards 350. They've got planning permission, they're all ready to go, and we can't get those projects away. So investment becomes a really, really key issue for us. But on the upside, we have a government in the UK and in Holyrood who are very, very determined to make this happen. We also have an area in Highland very determined to make this happen. So this sets the context for our discussion here. So I am very delighted to join to the panel to give their thoughts on the economic situation and investment situation that we're dealing with. We have Jenna Williamson, who's the Director of Market Creation for Net Zero from the Scottish National Investment Bank, who I always refer to as SNIB. So when I say Scottish National Investment Bank or SNIB, I'm referring to the same organisation, just in case anyone doesn't do the acronyms. We also have Neil Osborne, who's the Climate and Energy Team Manager from Highland Council, with a very, very keen eye on that investment that's coming towards to the Highlands. And we have Mark Brennan, who's the Shared Ownership Manager from Local Energy Scotland. So now we know their names, we need to know a little bit about them. So Jenna, if I could get you to start with the introductions, we'll come along the panel and then we'll come back along for your introductory remarks. So.
Thank you, Morag. Yes, thank you. Delighted to be here today and to be in Inverness when it is so beautifully sunny outside, although it would be quite nice to be out in it. As Morag has said, I am Director of Market Creation for the bank's Net Zero mission, and I should just say there's a third way to refer to us, and that is the bank, which sometimes comes across as a little bit arrogant, but you will hear us referring to ourselves as the bank on occasion. I've been with the bank for almost 5 years now as part of the Scottish Government team who set up the bank. So worked on it for a year before we were formally established in November 2021. And I'll say a little bit more about the bank itself and what we do in a moment. But in terms of my own personal background, I've worked across Scottish Government throughout my career from both a legal and policy perspective, with a real focus in the 10 years previous to the bank on energy and climate change. So moving across into the investment space with that lens has been absolutely fascinating and really exciting. So I'll leave it there and I'll pass on.
Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Neil Osborne. I'm the Climate and Energy Manager for Highland Council, as the official title goes. I work in probably one of the most exciting spaces in terms of what we're looking at from the council perspective at the moment. Since joining the council 4 years ago, they've allowed me to take a far more corporate approach to net zero and understand what that looks like, both from the council's perspective, also the regions, and how we start to interact with business to look at how we can develop public-private partnership investment opportunities that's going to enhance and benefit the region of the Highlands, which I am born and bred and delighted to be able to come back and actually try and make a difference within that region.
Thank you very much, Neil. And Mark, if we come to you next.
Good morning, everyone. Mark Brennan from Local Energy Scotland. Just been working in the Highlands here for the last 30 years or so in community development in one shape or form or another, and currently working with Local Energy Scotland, which provides support for communities and developers and others across the community energy space. It runs the CARES programme, Community and Renewable Energy Scheme, so it's kind of one-stop shop for all community energy needs. So that ranges from community building support, decarbonising community buildings, community energy generation projects, and my own role, which is currently, and for the last few years, in supporting community shared ownership in commercial wind farms, largely across the country, and especially in the Highlands, where there are a lot of these opportunities at the moment and going forward. So yeah, very happy to be here today and hope to be able to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel, for all introducing yourselves. So I'll come back again in the same order, just to get your opening remarks and your thoughts on how we're looking at the investment sphere in Highland at the moment. Jenna.
Thank you. So I'll start by explaining a little bit more about who we are as a bank and what we do for those of you who are not already aware. The Scottish National Investment Bank is a state-owned development bank. We are a mission-led impact investor supporting businesses and projects through debt, equity and fund investment across Scotland. We're capitalised by the Scottish Government to the tune of £2 billion over 10 years, which translates roughly to around 200 million per year to invest in the Scottish economy. We'll invest anywhere between 1 and 50 million, and we'll adopt a risk appetite which is commensurate with our role as a development bank, always seeking to provide additionality in the market and crowd in private sector investment through taking a really flexible and open approach. We aim to generate a positive and measurable social, economic and environmental impact, and that runs alongside and equal to our desire to generate a commercial return. Our three missions are net zero, place and innovation. And since November 2021, we've invested just under 800 million in the Scottish economy alongside 1.4 billion of third-party capital. That's across 41 distinct opportunities. And around half of these are within, are kind of most closely aligned to the net zero mission. Investments including EV charging infrastructure, innovative carbon efficient technology, offshore wind supply chain and marine energy, just to name a few. But as our knowledge of the Scottish investment landscape has matured over time, we've evolved our core investment strategy and our focus on priority sectors. The two key focus areas from a market creation perspective, which is core to my personal role, are offshore wind and housing, which is led by my counterpart, Susan Campbell, who is market creation lead on place. And both of these are pertinent to the growth of the economy in the Highlands and Islands, as we've already heard this morning. But they're areas of strategic importance to the country as a whole and represent systemic challenges requiring innovative investment solutions and engagement across the ecosystem to really drive progress and catalyse investment. To take offshore wind, we have 10% of the global floating wind pipeline in Scotland, and the bank really recognises the huge economic opportunity to establish a globally competitive supply chain in Scotland, bringing with it transformational change, reindustrialisation and regeneration, particularly here in the Highlands and Islands. Itself providing that strong commercial driver to help address that housing emergency. We've committed just under 200 million across 7 offshore wind opportunities already to date, and we've done so through taking an informed approach to market risk, addressing that often cited chicken and egg issue. The Highlands and Islands is definitely growing in prominence with a really healthy pipeline of offshore wind opportunities, and we're definitely seeing a concentration of activity given the location of projects and the clustering effect, not least thanks to the Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport. There's a lot of room for optimism, and I'll maybe leave for questions some examples around investments that we've made in that space. But it's worth saying that there is a lot of uncertainty right now, and the market sentiment needs to be improved to drive that level of investment that we need to see. I think certainty is definitely the thing that will drive investment in this sector, and without it, we will not see the progress that we want to see. So I'll leave it there for tonight. Hopefully that's enough to whet your appetite, and look forward to the discussion.
Definitely some interesting things to unpack in there. So Neil, if I come to you, if you'd like to give us your opening thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's testament probably to the Highlands, the crowd that's here today, but Highlands is already a national leader in renewable energy. But the opportunity we have now is more than just about megawatts. It's about how we turn energy into local prosperity, social equity, and long-term resilience for the communities that host it and enable it. That's why the Council wants to play a much more active role, not just as a planning authority or infrastructure facilitator, but as a strategic partner in building a fair, investable, and inclusive net zero transition. At the heart of our approach is the Social Value Charter. It's a document that should be seen as an enabler. I think everyone in the room is probably becoming more and more familiar with ESGs. Well, we feel our document gives direction as to how to engage with the region. Not simply to deliver clean power, but to deliver fair employment, shared economic benefit, and long-term community value. To be honest with you, the Charter is often misunderstood, as Malcolm's already stated today, and it's consistently misrepresented. But it's not a burden, and it's not a box-ticking exercise. It's about doing business responsibly in a region that deeply values its community. This is a place with a strong sense of identity and interdependence. If national transition is to be driven from here, then it must reflect the region's values. One of the most effective ways to do it, and one of the areas that I concentrate on within the Social Value Charter, is shared ownership. It's not just a funding mechanism, but it's a way to embed social value into the business model. It gives communities a meaningful stake in success and a lasting return from the resource we host. To support that, we are currently developing investment models. We want to create a purpose-built investment platform that brings together public sector, communities, and commercial partners, and underpins our long-term strategy, which is our future Highlands. We know the path ahead will demand more. It requires blended finance, early stage risk capital, and a shift in how public sector contributes to that delivery. The Highland Council's ready, and today we're inviting developers, investors, and policymakers to join us, not just to build projects, but to deliver national transition that delivers for the place that powers it.
Thank you very much for those opening thoughts. And Mark, if I come to you for yours.
Yeah, thanks, Morag. I thought I'd just start with a shameless plug for the funding that we're offering now through the CARES programme, up to 80% and up to £80,000 to decarbonise your community buildings, all different shapes and sizes, different costs, typically community hall, but other buildings as well, and faith buildings as well are included in that support. As of last Wednesday, and announced at All Energy by the Deputy First Minister, £8 million the current financial year to support community energy generation projects, so small, medium-scale generation projects, multi-megawatt projects now, mainly wind, but also looking at solar and hydro schemes. Many of those are located in and around the Highlands and Islands, where the history of community renewables and renewable generation in the islands and in the sort of western seaboard and elsewhere have really driven that sector. For my day job, and I'd just like to say what shared ownership, and it's interesting to hear what Highland Council's interest in shared ownership is now. And really, my job is to support community organisations, small, medium and large, to work with developers so that they can purchase a stake and have some say and have some income, some non-grant dependent income that they can apply to their own priorities and to increase and support community wealth building and other initiatives around the Highlands. Open to suggestion of how that and who should be involved in that. But local communities around wind farms are engaged in these processes, and we'll work with them, provide grant support, professional advice, and help them to get a stake in all of this activity and development and income generation that's happening across their communities. Having said that, obviously there are difficulties, and just touching on the points about the sector and the onshore wind sector in particular at scale. If that's not being delivered and there are difficulties for the developers in building out their projects, then obviously that trickles down to communities who don't get a stake either. But if it works for a developer, it should work for a community as well. And communities are very innovative in how they've funded their own projects over the year, been non-mainstream, and I'm sure where there's a will, there's a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So some interesting things to unpack here, and we'll start with the shared community ownership because it's come up in quite a few of the presentations. So I'm slightly going to steal Simon Cleary's lunch here. I know he's on a panel later, but I am going to steal his figures. So they did through Bigger Economics, they did an analysis of wind farms in the Highlands. So for people who are not familiar with figures, this is quite a useful way to think about it. So if you've got a modern wind turbine going full pelt for about 10 minutes, it will generate about £100 worth of electricity. Of that £100, £80, if you're lucky, possibly 85 if you're not, will just go on paying the mortgage, paying the bills. So all the costs of building, running that wind farm will be your £80. Of the £20 that are left, you'll pay £12 in tax, £8 going to the developer, but with the levels of community benefit we've got at the moment, £2 of that £8 goes to the community. So 6 to the developer, 2 to the community, and about 12 to tax take. So lots of people aren't familiar with these numbers. One thing we do talk about, though, in shared community ownership is we talk a lot about the shared revenue, but we don't talk so much about the shared risk. So again, some of the data around this, since Contracts for Difference came in what was that, 2014, so the projects were being built out in 2018, in the database that you guys run, I've only found 2 examples of shared community ownership. So we know 60% of developers are offering. We had shared ownership with Crossdykes, with Muir Hall, but they weren't a contract for difference. And then we have Viking up in Shetland, which, as we've already alluded to, very different project. So the offers are there and communities are not taking them up. So you're very much at the forefront of this. Can you give your insights into when it's offered, it looks desirable, it's not happening? Where are the barriers? What's happening there?
I'm afraid I have to disagree that the opportunities aren't being taken up. The incentives for community shared ownership have only been raised in the last few years, and what we're actually doing is developing a very strong pipeline of opportunities for future wind farms. The most robust commitment by the sector, by the developers, to offer shared ownership only came 18 months ago under the sector deal commitments, and that's only been developed out now. So we're seeing, just to reiterate, a very strong pipeline. Over the years, in one form or another, there are 20 or 30 community and commercially owned, shared owned generation facilities, mostly smaller scale, wind and some hydro around the country.
So can you just give us a little insight into what made those ones successful? What was different about those that we weren't seeing in other projects?
Well, they're very individual, and most projects are. There's no one size fits all. And a lot of those earlier projects they're incentivized by feed-in tariffs and revenue support, which is lost to the community sector for the last few years. That's certainly one major thing. But also there's a willingness to do that and an understanding. Some developers really believe and will buy into working with communities to get the most out of their schemes and to develop those longer-term relationships and opportunities. Others don't at all and will dismiss it out of hand. So, it's a complex picture, but strong opportunity, and especially in the Highlands here, we're seeing that. And a lot of groups, community organisations that have been supported by High in particular, and way back to the 60s, are best placed to take up these opportunities and are very keen to do so.
Thank you. And Neil, you touched on in your opening remarks that the Council's looking at models to help up those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Highlands, we are large-scale development, and it's understanding how we can build an investment model that almost de-risks it for some of the community groups. And I think that's one of the biggest barriers they've got. The scale of investment that's required in some of the developments that's going on in the Highlands is significant. And we need to find a mechanism that we can work together to create that investment portfolio and find ways that allows people to invest at different levels. So what we're looking at is stakeholder investment at the moment, but we're also looking at models that introduces green bonds. It gives a more guaranteed return at a lower level, but over a shorter period. So it allows that opportunity to invest to much more communities across the region. And it's how we build that out. I mean, I think even from community projects within the Highlands, it's difficult to get connection. There is a lot of front-end expense that needs to be met in order to develop that. I think a regional investment portfolio that can invest both a mix between commercial development and community projects starts to really unlock the opportunities in the Highlands.
Thank you. That's really interesting to know. So, Jenna, I'm going to come back to you on the investment and de-risking, because one of the reasons that investors were always attracted to renewables is it was always modest returns. It was never the big bucks that you could make out of oil and gas. But unlike oil and gas, it was never a roulette wheel. It was low risk, it was certain. And now with everything that's happening in the global market, steel prices, copper prices going through the roof, it's still those modest returns, but seen as far less risky. And here's you responsible for new markets. How are you navigating through that?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a really tough environment just now for, I think, developers of all types of green energy, and we're probably seeing it most acutely play out around offshore wind and the rise of floating offshore wind, or the establishment of floating offshore wind in our energy system, given its nascency. So the costs are higher, the projects are bigger, the capex requirements are enormous, and so projects which could access that level of capital previously internally through their consortium are just not able to do so in the same way as they could before, or at least not at an early enough stage. So I think the entry of GB Energy into that market as a potential investor equity partner, essentially, and I think that's how they are framing their involvement as a developer partner and investor. And it's not out with the realms of possibility that we could also play a role as an investor in that space. We'd taken the view quite early on, probably a couple of years back now, that the main role for us would be in investing in the supply chain, given the scale and the points that you've just made around the availability of capital to fund these projects and the level of certainty, especially with our CFDs. But I think given the high cost environment, geopolitical challenges, it's creating a bit of a heady mix for investors, which is proving too much to bear in some respects. I think some key decisions, and we heard this last week at the All Energy Conference quite clearly from the UK government around zonal pricing and TUNOS charging, will be absolutely critical going into AR7. And I think the levers are there. So I think there is the opportunity still for good decisions to be made in order to give that level of certainty and allow developers to move forward. But as you say, the returns are not such that they can kind of take that hit. And I think just to actually to the point around shared ownership, it's an area that we are interested in and are engaged with Mark and his colleagues and with the Scottish Government around, but it's not something we're playing an active role in yet. But essentially, what, to your point around risk, you're asking communities, if you look at it in the most simplistic way, to raise debt to buy into their equity stake, because they generally don't have that capital available to them, which comes at a cost. So that portion that is left for them at the end is ever reducing. So finding a model that works is absolutely critical to make it worthwhile to take that risk and to give the community the benefit that it is looking for.
Thank you, Jenna. So I'm going to pick up on something that came up in the last panel, which is a new player in this sector, which is GB Energy, set up by the government very much with the intention of much more community-owned renewables. So, Mark, you had touched on community ownership was very common under the previous subsidised regime, and now we're in a post-subsidy regime. It's been much more troubling. So interested both from your perspective and from the Council's perspective about how you're viewing GB Energy and the opportunities that it might be offering to help in this space.
Yeah, I think, it's still waiting to see the detail of how that is going to be delivered, but certainly it's an opportunity for UK government and in tandem with Scottish government to help realise a lot of these projects and to provide a facility that Scottish National Investment Bank are perhaps looking at as well and working together on, and previous schemes which supported community renewable delivery, like the Energy Investment Fund through Scottish Investment Bank, then the Scottish Enterprise, which did the heavy lifting for communities. A service like that is essential. Communities need that leg up, if you like, to make these projects work. And a lot of those projects that were helped over the last 10 years are now looking at repowering their generation assets. So that should work, and a similar approach is certainly being promoted to GB Energy by ourselves and others.
And if I come to you, Neil, have you been in conversation with GB Energy? Have you had the opportunity to explore what might be possible?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in the same position at the moment. We're waiting to really get an understanding of the detail that's coming from it. Certainly the rhetoric in terms of how they're positioning themselves, it looks exceptionally positive, especially for a region like Highland. And I think it offers us a real opportunity to look to scale investment from the community and regional perspective. And it gives us that way of unlocking that initial large-scale investment.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's so much to talk about in this. Again, I could keep going with my questions. And again, I notice I have 5 minutes left. So would anyone like to stick their hand up from the audience and a question on this one? Oh, we've fried everybody's brains on this one.
Somebody over there.
Sorry. Oh, there. Sorry, I didn't see you. So if you could again say who you are and where you're from before the question.
Yeah, so Shona Glenn from Bigger Economics, and I really just want to pick up on something Neil said that I think also came out in the first session, which related to the Highland Council Social Value Charter. And I'm going to paraphrase, but you said something along the lines of it's been misrepresented, misunderstood. And I'm just curious about which aspects in particular, what do you feel has been misunderstood?
So, Neil, question for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of attention placed on the community benefit and the strategic fund. I think there are 9 points in the Social Value Charter. We are looking to engage on a number of areas, and we want to speak to developers and investors that are coming into the region about where they feel the opportunity is for them to invest and engage within that framework. But the Social Value Charter should be seen as a framework for how to engage in the Highlands. It's not a prerequisite that you tick every single box. We've never ever said that. We are looking for people to work with us to develop a real opportunity for the Highland community.
Thank you. That was a nice short and sweet one. So I do have 3 more minutes left. Do we have, I've got another hand here. Oh, where'd the microphone go? Oh, it's disappeared out the room, but one's coming. So we'll come here. We've got a hand up. Sorry, I have to apologise. I can either wear the glasses that mean I can read my notes, or I can wear my glasses that means I can see you. You are just a delightful blur, so the hands have to be quite prominent.
I was just giving us opportunities for the locals to ask questions. Andrew Bell, Badger Bell Consultancies from Edinburgh. Quick question on investments. Scottish independence, an investment benefit or investment risk?
My organisation is politically neutral.
As is mine.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. What was that?
Independence for Scotland, does this help or hinder?
No comment.
Right, okay.
What I would perhaps say is I think the discourse around that actually is quite quiet right now. So I think if there were to be, if there is going to be a renewed focus on independence by the SNP government in advance of the election next year, I think we'll start to hear more around their policy proposals, which I think will inform what investor confidence and businesses' view of what that might look like. But I think at the moment it's quite quiet as far as I can see.
And again, just to throw some light on this, because we were asked about this as the trade body under the last independence referendum. The UK has an integrated energy system, and our energy system is actually integrated with the Republic of Ireland and with Europe. So even post-Brexit, we did not unplug our energy system from the rest of Europe. You never want to be an island on your own, not plugged into anything else, because if something catastrophic happens, as we recently saw in Spain and Portugal, if you are plugged into the nations around you that still have this is one of the ways that you get your grid back up and started. So it's very desirable to remain plugged in with everybody else. The other thing that we're seeing in Scotland, the financial headwinds and the investment headwinds that we're facing, these are not unique to Scotland. They're not even unique to the UK. This is a global phenomenon. The people who lend money on these things are looking for projects all over the world, and they will go wherever in the world things look most desirable. And the things that are happening in the world since Russia invaded Ukraine, steel prices have more than doubled, copper prices have gone through the roof. A wind farm, the turbine is 70% steel, and most of the rest of the capital expenditure is copper cabling. So nobody is insulated for these things. So it's a very interesting question as to what impact would it have, but there are some very real global factors and some very real ways that the electricity system operates that would remain the same regardless of what the democratic settlement was in Scotland. So I know we're not quite going there with an answer, but hopefully that throws some light on how people look at this one and think about this one. And on that note, I'm afraid time has flown away with us. And again, fascinating topics that we could talk about. So interesting times, I think, is the way to say here. I think what we take away from our first two panels is there's a great deal of optimism, there's ambition, there's a great deal of potential here. There are some real tailwinds behind us accelerating us forward, but there's also some very, very real headwinds that are possibly slowing us down and adding risk to projects that make them harder to take forward. So thank you to my panel for sharing our thoughts. If you'd like to thank them in the usual way. Willie, I'll let you do the next bit.
Thank you, Morag, and the panel, thank you very, very much indeed. Very enlightening. I think what we can take, some of the thoughts we can take from that is that the Highlands has more consented, not yet developed, renewable development schemes, the investment potential from SNIB and now GB Energy. The opportunity is looking extremely positive for the Highlands. And we turn energy into prosperity, I think, is the main answer out of that. And if it works for the developer, it should work for the community as well. Great to hear about a pipeline of shared ownership schemes and the council proposals to help as far as the risk of this opportunity is concerned. We need to find a model unlocking all opportunities, and undoubtedly, at the end of the day, for the future development, we must find investor confidence. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Morag and the team again. We're about to go into our first break. Please make sure you take the time to go and visit our sponsors. You'll see some of the names up on the screens there. People like West of Orkney, Bosch Home Comfort Group, Scottish Power Renewables, Stratera Energy, Sumitomo Electric, Strathclyde Business School, Thorntons, Vattenfall, they're all up there. And come back, please. Coffee breaks next door. Have a look at the exhibition. And it's now going on to about 1:45. If you come back here for 11:10. 11:10 gives you about 25, 30 minutes. 11:10 back in here, please. Well, we will have Mr. Martin Johnson, the man. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, will you kindly take your seats, please, for the next session? Hi.
I'm just going to step down to the front.
I'll step down to the front. You want to use the lectern?
Leave your notes. I'm not using speaking notes.
I need. I'll write on them anyway. I'll write on them down there. Hi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Slowly. No, you're all right, you're all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break and a bit of networking. So now let's crack on with the next few sessions, and we've got some very big issues to cover before we get into further discussions. I would now like to ask and invite to the stage Mr. Martin Johnson, Director of Strategy and Regional Economy, Highlands and Islands Enterprise, to set the scene for us all for the next few sessions. Unlocking the economic potential of renewable energy, sponsored by Fred Olsen Renewables and Powering the Future, scaling up renewables and strengthening the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Martin Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Morning, everyone. Willie, do you want your phone back?
Oh, that's fine.
That's all right. That's okay. So, good morning, everyone. It's absolutely my pleasure to be here. So I'm going to take us through some slides, and with a bit of luck, there we go. So I'm going to take us through a piece of research that was published last Monday. I'm taking us through the headlines of which we've been using for a wee bit of time. So I'm conscious that there are some in the audience that have heard me speak on this before. So really simply, I'm going to take us through three things. So what have we done? What's it tell us? And what are we going to do with it? So what is it? So there's quite a few words on this slide. So whilst you look at that and read that, I'll start with a parable of the three blind men. So HIE, the local authorities, University of Highlands and Islands, Skills Development Scotland, we're all working in the renewable energy space. We're all working across other sectors across the Highlands and Islands. So we all knew that we were looking at something very big, but no one of us had a kind of aggregate picture of, well, what did big look like? So through the Regional Economic Partnership, and I'm conscious that not everyone in this room will know what that is. So very simply put, the Regional Economic Partnership is one that covers each part of Scotland. So the one for the Highlands and Islands is made up of HIE, the university, some business organisations like Prosper, and the local authorities, to keep it really simple. So we said, well, we need to understand what big looks like and what we need to be doing to help unlock the potential. So we commissioned a piece of work to go out and talk to the project owners and to tell us, well, what does big look like? And it's not an exercise in trying to look at everything. There were certain sectors you can see down the right-hand side of the screen that we decided to focus on, because those were the ones that we believed had the opportunity to be sort of regionally transformational. So we went and did some research. So what does it tell us? So we'd identified roughly 250 projects at different stages from that list of sectors that was on the previous slide. If all those projects come to pass, then we're looking at something like the private sector investing 100 billion of capital expenditure in our region over the next 15 years. And that will add something like 77 billion to Scotland's economy, to the UK economy. During the development, the construction and the implementation, the DCI in the bottom left there, then it's going to look at 100,000 or so job years. One person works full-time for 1 year is a job year, and it's a measure that we use in economics. And at its peak, we reckon that the build-out of these projects will require something like 16,000 people working to make that happen. And once we get to sort of steady state, once that these projects become operational, then we'll be adding something like 18,000 full-time jobs to the economy. And the map on the right, there's not 250 dots on there, I wouldn't bother to add them up, but that sort of gives a bit of a spread. So this slide says two things. The graph on the right, well, it's a pie chart, shows in reducing order what sectors are going to be investing how much into the economy. So it gives, and you see down the left-hand side in the table. So you can see the vast bulk of this is coming from green energy and the enabling infrastructure. We also looked at other key sectors, but that's not the focus of today's conference. Will change. Maybe. Oh, there we go. So, starting to break this down a little bit now towards place. So, the bar chart starts to break down the investment by local authority. And because we're interested in that, then it also gives us a breakdown of, well, where does the population of the Highlands and Islands at, and how does that map across? The map on the right-hand side is similar to the one on the previous slide, but we're starting to a degree arbitrarily, draw lines around where we think there's going to be clusters of activity. And that allows us to start thinking about a sort of spatial, place-based response to some of this. So just to guide your eye on this slide. So across the top row are the things I've been talking about in terms of the amount of investment, the jobs required during construction, what's being added to the economy, and then the full-time jobs. Now, that top row is what I've spoken about. So if all of these projects come to pass, it's the way that the project owners hoped and expect, that's what it looks like. But we know the real world isn't like that. All of these projects are at different places. They're not all at final investment decision, not all have got planning. And we heard from the previous panel that we know there are headwinds out there. These are very, very large capital projects. Almost all of them will be funded by off-balance sheet finance. So the project owners are going to have to go to the international money markets. They themselves will have competing projects to invest in. They will be looking at the risk profile of these projects in our region. And then we've also heard about the vagaries of the costs. So the supply chain of steel, the supply chain of components, the cost of copper. So we looked at different scenarios. So what were the key variables that fed into these projects? And I'm not going to go through them all. Maybe scenario one, just to highlight what the biggest determinant between the sort of full size of the prize and what we thought might be the least size of the prize was to do with the electricity grid and how the electricity grid is used. So would it be physically there and can you connect it? And then the other part of it is how the grid is used. So that's looking at the wholesale electricity market. So we've already heard, and we've heard again today, SSEN Transmission, their board have taken a decision to invest something like 22 billion in upgrading the grid across Scotland. And by itself, that has to be one of the largest investments in Scotland by the private sector alone. So the grid is coming. The owner of the grid is investing in the grid. So that ability to connect to the grid, that risk is reducing. Industry, Scottish Government are working with, are lobbying the UK Government on the second key variable, which is, well, how do I sell my energy onto the grid? At the moment, the UK Government are doing a review of the wholesale electricity market and how that works, and it's being lobbied that they make the right decision. The Labour government have said their number one priority is growing the economy. They've said that the number one priority of how they're going to grow the economy is through green energy. Well, we're saying to them, if you get your decision right, our region of Scotland could contribute, what I said before, up to 1,000 billion of capital expenditure, roughly 80 billion being added to the UK economy. So we think the case is there for the UK government to make a right decision. It's not just what I think, that's also what industry is working very hard to persuade, to lobby government, as the Scottish Government. That second line is that where we call it the sort of status of justice. So we looked at the projects, we looked at the things, and we said, well, if it's not going to be the full whack, where do we think realistically we might land over the next 15 years? And you can see the figures across that. Now, you're all smart people, so you know 100 billion or 70 billion is a big number. But I wasn't so smart, so I said, well, give me a feel. What does that look like? So they came back to try and put it in context. So this is looking ahead for 15 years. So over the 15 years between 1965 and 1980, the oil and gas sector, when they were building out the UK continental shelf, they invested something like 78 billion to do that in today's figures. So colleagues in the room will remember that was very much a boom time for Scotland's economy because of the platforms, the pipelines, the subsea, the onshore. The circumstances are different. I'm not directly equating the green energy sector to that, but it gives you an order of magnitude, an order of scale of the opportunity, and this is just for our region. Now, we looked at quite a lot of things. And I should say the report is published, it's online, there's a lot more detail there. I'm just taking us through the headline. So we looked at what's the implication in terms of people. So the graph on the left is looking at what will happen during the sort of construction phase. Well, it's a projection, it's not what will happen. And that's looking at the growth of the working age population, not the workforce, but the working age population during that construction phase. And it's broken down by ward, so it'll be much more nuanced than you're seeing on the screen. And then once we get these projects up and running and it's steady state, what does that look like? So immediately, things like, well, where are the people going to come from? How is industry going to get the workforce? How are we going to skill the workforce? And that's key parts of it. And a session this afternoon is looking at skills and skills and workforce. The other thing, which is, if we're successful in either retaining people in the region, particularly our young people, but not exclusively, and also making the region attractive for people and their families to come and live here, where will they live? certainly when we're, HIE that is, when we're out talking to businesses all around the region, the number one impediment for business growth is lack of people due to lack of housing. And Malcolm from Highland Council spoke already this morning about what Highland Council are doing. So we tried to give an assessment, well, what do we think might be the extra demand or extra need for housing across the region? And you can see on the screen, we think it's between 11,000 and 15,000 new houses on top of what was already in the pipeline. I promise you, I am pushing the button. So that's the headlines. So what? What are we going to do with it? So none of that opportunity is a given. So certainly from the public sector's perspective, those of us involved in economic development, then we're going to continue to work with the private sector, the developers, the supply chain, to understand what are the barriers or enablers to make this happen. How do we address the barriers? How do we do more of the enablers? We're there to support and advocate for the private sector as it looks to do what we think it's going to do. So 3 acronyms there. I mentioned the Regional Economic Partnership, simply put. What it was, local authorities, high with key agencies, with some of the private sector. COHI is the Convention of the Highlands and Islands. Simply put, it is the Regional Economic Partnership, but with Scottish Government ministers. And SG is the Scottish Government. So we've published this report to inform discussion and debate. We've published this report to help us focus in on the things that we need to focus in on if we're going to make this happen. The Regional Economic Partnership, at the same time as we were doing this research, they did a piece of work that there's now a sort of economic strategy and action plan for the Highlands and Islands. And we know that we're going to have to focus in how do we grow the economy. So things that I've mentioned, housing. So how do we collaborate with the private sector to develop housing? How are we going to attract in and skill the workforce? Transport and infrastructure, roads, rail, ferries. How do we influence the right kind of policy? And I mentioned some of that. How do we work with how do we help project that Scotland, this region, is open for business, and that when the international money markets are doing their due diligence on the projects, they see how the project developers will be able to line everything up and do what they need. And we also know we've got to work with the communities. It's not just about social investment, it's a social charter and community benefit. This is potentially quite significant change. Not everyone is going to welcome change, and not everyone is going to want change. So we know that we have to work with the communities around the Highlands and Islands and take them on this journey. So that's me with, that's it. Well, nearly it. I don't know, oh, there we go. So, huge opportunity for the region. We need to collaborate across the public sector, the private sector, to make this happen. There's a lot, we've heard today, there are tailwinds and headwinds. But we start from a good place. A lot of people have been working for many years to unlock the region's potential from green energy and the social economic benefits that would come from that. So a lot of these building blocks are in place. So that's it. That's me for my presentation. So thank you. But you don't get rid of me, because I now chair the next session. So I'm going to invite up in order. Firstly, if we could have Megan from Scottish Renewables. Thank you, Megan. Rachel from Foundation Scotland. And, well, this is not right, is it? Simon from Bigger Economics. Now, I know that that's not the right way around. Anyway, come and join us. No, the people are right. Anyway.
Where would you like us, Mark?
No, in order. I got the names right. I'm not sure that the titles are right. Now, what I'm going to invite the panel to do is just to take a few minutes just to introduce themselves to the audience. And then what we're going to do is move into some Q&A. We've gathered in some questions beforehand, which I'll put to the panel. But we will also, early into it, invite you to put your hand up. We have roaming microphones. So again, we'll invite the audience to ask the panel, any of us, questions. So, in the order of Megan, Rachel and Simon, maybe just take a few minutes just to introduce who you are and where you're from, please.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Megan Amundsen. I am the head of onshore and consenting with Scottish Renewables. You have been witnessing my boss, Morag Watson, for most of the morning. And I have the pleasure of working on a team that is working very hard to make sure that we can pave the way for renewables and a net zero future here in Scotland.
Thank you. Rachel.
Hello everyone, my name's Rachel. I work with a charity called Foundation Scotland that distributes funding into Scotland's communities from a whole range of sources. And at Foundation Scotland, I'm head of communities and impact. We have been had the pleasure actually of working with some Highland communities for the best part of the last 15 years on the thorny issue of community benefit. So hopefully we can share some of our learning and experience of that with you this morning.
Thank you. And Simon, please.
Hello everybody, my name is Simon Cleary. I'm from Bigger Economics. We are an economic development consultancy. We're a team of about 20 based in Edinburgh and Inverness. We work across the energy transition, across housing, across policy, universities and innovation. Within our team, I'm the only person boring enough to work in the one sector. I'm the Energy Transition Director, so I lead on all our work in the energy transition, and we've been working in that space over the past 20 odd years. I've not been there for quite that long. I'm not that old, but since Clyde South Wind Farm, not Clyde South. Current Clyde Wind Farm. So we've been involved in policy and ensuring that the Scotland and the communities that host the infrastructure have maximised the benefits of that infrastructure.
Excellent, thank you. So that's the panel introduced you. So opening question that we'll take to the panel is, I suppose it's not for nothing that there's a lot of opportunity from renewable energy. We have some of the best natural resources. It's a windy place, it's sunny today, there's tide and wave. What do we need to do to turn that natural resources, that natural advantage into long-term economic value? So I'd invite you to go first, please.
So I think this is the question of the hour. Just for some perspective, I moved to Scotland not quite 18 months ago to take this job. I can't overstate, as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm from the States. I can't overstate how much I appreciate being in a country where there is a government that really wants to see this kind of future for its people and for the planet. And it's a huge opportunity that I think the Highlands in particular get to take advantage of. You have the resources. A lot of the pipeline is coming here. The benefit is that there is an industry that is working really hard to work with communities and to ensure that there is a maximizing of socioeconomic benefit, which is the key phrase. It's been referenced earlier today that we have an agreement with the Scottish government called the Scottish Onshore Wind Sector Deal, where the onshore wind industry has worked with the Scottish government to come up with a series of commitments to ensure that we reach net zero ambitions of 20 gigawatts of onshore wind by 2030. And about half of the 63 commitments within that are related to how industry supports communities. So it's a big piece of the conversation and has been for a really long time, with the crux of that being around how is industry investing in local supply chain? How is industry bringing jobs to areas within Scotland? How is industry supporting communities? How is industry working to ensure that nature is protected or in many cases restored? So there's tremendous opportunity. The benefit is that everyone is really at the table to figure out how to maximize that opportunity, and that is exciting.
Thank you very much.
So I think firstly I'd just say that the benefits are already flowing. Whilst we are, as we just heard, at the threshold of what I think could be defined as a new era of growth and opportunity, the benefits are already flowing. Whether we're talking about community benefit opportunities supporting community-led housing in places like Strathdern, Fort Augustus, Tomintoul, I might be naming some of your communities, so forgive me. Whether we're talking about other community assets like communities like Watton and Invermorriston being able to own and run community shops to enable money to be circulated productively in their communities, whether they're apprenticeship schemes, Kyle of Sutherland, Glen Urquhart and Strathclass, all supporting apprenticeships funded through community benefit arrangements, heritage and tourism activity in John O'Groats and Drumna Droghett, professional support, paid development officers in communities across the Highlands supported by community benefit funding. So there is already economic benefit flowing through community benefit funds. I'd also like to do a shout out for Shona, Simon's colleague somewhere in the room, who recently supported us and SSE and RWE to commission a piece of research looking at 10 plus years of community benefit in the Kyle of Sutherland. And Shona and her team identified that of the 2.8 million that has flowed into the Kyle of Sutherland from those two funds, that has generated wellbeing benefits valued at between 10.1 and 14.5 million, supported the creation of around 11.8 million of local economic value, and enabled the creation of 18 long-term jobs. So that implied that for every £1 of funding, it's generated between 3.50 and 5.12 pence in wellbeing benefits for the local area, and around £4.18 pence in economic value for every £1. So I think that there is a lot of good practice to build on. We're not starting from a blank page, but just also to build on some of Mark's points earlier, I think if we're going to really seize the opportunity ahead, we need to, alongside the commercial projects, to gain maximum economic value, we need to support wholly community-owned energy projects that build all sorts of capital in multiple ways across communities. And we also need to really drive forward on the shared ownership agenda that Mark highlighted earlier, as did others.
Thank you. And Simon, please.
Yeah, as I think your presentation showed at the start, Martin, the energy transition is a fantastic opportunity for the Highlands and Islands to sell your weather down south. And whilst the community benefit and the opportunities from that are obviously significant, I think as Morag pointed out earlier on, when we look at where's the distribution of value within things like onshore wind, a significant, a greater chunk of that is of that value is within this supply chain during both the construction and the operation of these projects, and so to ensure that the socio-economic benefits of the energy transition are maximised, we would look first and foremost at how can the supply chain opportunities be maximised? What can developers do? What can local authorities do? What can economic development agencies do to support? And when in the pipeline of these projects can that support come in? We've recently worked with Scottish Renewables to draft guidance so that at the planning stage of a project, and this applies to the Highlands and Islands, but also across Scotland, to essentially force developers to think a little bit like an economic development agency, and how can they base their approach to procurement, approach to supply chain, approach to community engagement in a way that is place-based, because what will work for South Lanarkshire wouldn't necessarily work for Sutherland, for example. Is it collaborative, and that collaboration theme will be running throughout in order to maximise the benefits, and is it deliverable? Because often, in terms of, you know, as you were saying earlier on about communities and trust and bringing communities alongside, the trust element of that comes down a lot to whether or not these projects can deliver on what they say. But I think in terms of final point on ensuring that the benefits for this transition are realised in the Highland is to highlight that the economic impact and the social benefits of a project that doesn't go ahead is zero, and so ensuring that there is a strong pipeline of projects, not just coming through planning and coming through the sort of CFD stage of the development process, but as was highlighted earlier on, also getting to the financial investment, also getting the money from the bank, the mortgage, getting to that stage so that they can actually deliver on the projects, on the benefits that they promise.
Excellent, thank you. I'll take another question from those that were submitted before, and then we'll open it up to the audience on that. So we're over the event horizon. You know, we're seeing developments take place, onshore, offshore, pump storage. We're seeing investments in sort of the key infrastructure, like the grid, like the ports. As this starts to accelerate, how do we balance the need for speed to see these projects come to fruition with the sort of need for local benefit and environmental care? And let me just, Megan, Rachel, Simon, in that order, if that's okay.
So I think this is something that, you know, certainly the Scottish government has been thinking about for a long time in relation to the larger nationally important projects that go through the Electricity Act for Section 36 and Section 37, because we've been having conversations with them for at least 3 years about what does it look like to protect nature with these projects? What does it look like to engage and protect and leave legacy with communities with these kinds of projects? At the same time, we're talking about shortening timelines for the planning process so that these projects aren't kind of stuck in planning for years and years. So the conversation has been ongoing for a long time. And I think that, you know, to refer to the onshore wind sector deal again, I think that is the balance that we've struck. Commitments around shortening the planning process while really upping the game for how we think about nature with these projects, how we are investing in communities, really eliciting some strong commitments from industry to make that happen that we are very excitingly just starting to put into practice. A number of the pieces of the sector deal are being kind of put in place now as we speak that I think are really going to be a game changer for how we have this conversation. Because I think the biggest problem is that all that work has been happening. It's been happening in the background, and I don't know the communities understand that the conversation has been happening for a long time. And I don't think we've been great at communicating that the conversation's been happening for a long time. And that's the piece that's really changing with the sector deal, is we are getting much better, or we will be getting much better in the very near future about talking about this is what these projects are bringing to this community. Now communities can evaluate whether this is what you want, whether this meets with your priorities, whether these are kind of how you're thinking about your local community wealth building strategies, and really think more strategically for communities themselves to say, yes, this actually does bring net benefit to our community. We're excited about this. Or no, maybe it doesn't. But a better chance to evaluate that for communities, I think, is a real opportunity here.
Excellent, thank you. Rachel, please.
Yeah. looks like we planned this, but that's a great headline into what my response was going to be there, which is I absolutely agree. Obviously, getting the funding, getting the finance, getting the technicals right is all absolutely critical. But actually, there's so much softer stuff around communication, around collaboration, and around connection. And actually, how you do that in a scientific way, I think is really hard. And it's why I described community benefit as a bit thorny, because that has often historically got caught up in something that isn't overly scientific, but boy, people feel passionately about it. And developers generally want to make sure that the funds that they're bringing into the community have real impact and things aren't left to chance. Let me just take you out of your region, if I may, down to East Lothian, coastal community there of East Lammermuir, which is facing about 14 net zero projects in their community council area. 14's quite a lot. Any advance on 14 for one community council area here in Highlands? Yes? Sorry? Okay. So where they collectively got to, and by collectively, I mean East Lothian Council, East Lammermuir Community Council, SPEN and SSE, Fred Olsen and a number of other developers, they realised that they couldn't just do things in the old way. They realised that there needed to be a mechanism for better communication between all of them. So what they've invested in is a bit of a pioneering post, an energy projects manager whose role is to communicate and connect and create pathways for better communication and connection between the developers, the community, the council, all the stakeholders, so that East Lammermuir's local place plan can be achieved, with the overriding question to any developer coming into that community being, how are you going to help deliver this? And how are you going to make sure that our community is left better than it is now? And that is a collective challenge for them all to solve. I'm not saying in the same way that what works for North or South Lanarkshire is right for another part of Scotland, but there may be some learning coming from that could be of use to some Highland communities, and happy to share that with you as we're hosting that post.
Thank you.
Simon. Yeah, I think on the condensed timescales and the fact that lots of projects are looking to happen at the same time, I think looking at the skills requirement within the onshore wind sector deal, for example, I think that was based on a huge number of projects who had said that they were going to build out in 2028. So when you look at the employment requirement spikes, it sort of spikes and then comes down. Now, obviously, projects' timescales change, but that's one of the reasons why we've put collaboration in place at the heart of any economic assessment of any project, because it enforces developers to understand what is the context, what's the landscape going to look like when you're actually getting to the building phase, and so who do you need to talk to in order to maximise the benefits of not just your project but everything that's going on at the same time. So whether or not that's looking to see, what your project, how your project can tack on to the back of big strategies like the SSEN housing strategy, for example, what other projects in the north of Scotland can do to support and benefit from that, or whether or not it's saying, okay, these 3 projects are looking to get built in the Caithness area in 2028. We need to have a collective approach to engaging with UHI North on skills development and pipeline and understanding. So there's, within the sort of, as you would say, the sort of cumulative effect of these projects, there are push and pulls on how on the impact that these can have on whether or not project benefits are maximised. The push obviously is that lots of projects happening at the same time can put greater pressure on supply chain and labour markets and come up against constraints in that way. But from the positive side of things, we wouldn't have the significant investments in the Ardeshir or in Cromarty Firth or in Nig or across the supply chain. We wouldn't have these billions of pounds of supply chain getting ready investments if it was just based on the one project. The cumulative effect of these projects can also be to provide a pipeline and an investor confidence that there is work to be had here in the long term.
Excellent, thank you. Anyone want to put their hand up? Ask the panel any questions? First question is always hardest. Excellent. Up at the back there, please. A microphone will be safely winging its way to you. So again, if you give your name and sort of where you're from.
Anne Thomas, Highland People's Power, new BENCOM, hoping to do some joint ventures and so really maximise the community finance. I'm wondering how we get that maximising the benefit for communities, because I think at the moment the community benefit is great, but it's quite a small proportion of what the potential is, but often communities don't have the skills to be able to benefit from the joint ventures. So I'm really glad to see the movement in that direction, but I'm wondering how we maximise that. My other point is we are projecting all these jobs, but some of them I think should come from the oil and gas sector, because if we want to get to net zero, we're going to have to ramp down the fossil fuel industry, and I know that's not going to be popular, but I don't see how we are going to deal with climate change unless we eventually, and preferably as soon as possible, move away from oil and gas. Thanks.
Okay, let me take the first question. But maybe it seems, Rachel, this is very much in your bailiwick. We'll give you thoughts, and then when we see Megan, if you've got any thoughts.
Thanks for the question. And interesting to see Highlands People Power emerge, and some of the, some of the ambitions you have, and all power to you and those behind you. Completely agree. There's a gap in terms of how we. I'm kind of reluctant to use the phrase build community capacity, because generally communities are full of folk who have got stack loads of capacity and are trying to hold down a job, cook their kids' tea, most probably care for someone else, and travel however far they might need to travel to work, etc. So I'm kind of cautious about saying, we just need to build community capacity and then everything will be fine, because we'll have more kind of empowered community companies who can be part of these joint ventures or whatever. I think one thing communities do need, ironically, in terms of your earlier question about accelerated growth and pushing for speed, communities do need time. I was mentioning just a few minutes ago to Ian that I went to Rogart for the first time about 15 years ago and had some conversations about some potential incoming community benefit money at that point. The good folk of Rogart, and apologies if there's anyone from Rogart in the room here, the good folk of Rogart were very content with how their community was at that time, and they didn't want, they didn't want to see big change. They valued Rogart for what it was, and there was little ambition to change or switch things up. That's changed. It's changed, and it's changed over a period of time, and they are now more ambitious. They have plans, and they have been able to do that less through investment from professionals or whatever coming in and flying kites, but actually just through the makeup of who's been in that community over that period of time. So I think where communities can be peer-led from within and from champions within the community, and or supported and inspired by their neighbours and from others across the hill or nearby, and seeing how change can happen in other communities, then how you plan for that, I don't know. But there does need to be, I think, some partnership and collaborative approaches from the likes of, we know High have got good track record on that, We know Highland Council is reaching more into that direction through their charter. And developers are generally willing to be alongside those ambitious collaborative efforts. So I think communities do need time, which maybe we don't have, but I think other players, like some I've mentioned, ourselves, others, need to demonstrate much more willingness to work much more collaboratively.
Thank you for that. Rachel, Megan, do you want to sort of give us our perspective and thoughts?
I would love to, because maximizing socioeconomic benefit has been the question I've grappled with for the last year with Simon as a really great key partner in that. Because how to maximize is the question. And maximizing is about process. It's not about outcome, which is the interesting part of maximizing. So the question is, how do we put the pieces in place, the process in place that actually gets us to these kinds of outcomes? And I think you hit the nail on the head. The real benefit comes from the investment in the supply chain, from the investment in jobs. What communities get for community benefit is substantial, and it leaves a legacy, and it can be used to transform communities, but it's a fraction of what communities get in economic benefit from these projects. It's a piece of the pie, but the pie is mostly about investments in the supply chain, investments in jobs, investments in the local economy when these projects come in, mostly through construction, but also through operation. So the question is, how do you really maximize that? And it is about how we invest in building up that local supply chain. It's about how we advertise when there are tenders open. Through the sector deal, the onshore wind sector has committed to using one central place to advertise that, which is going to go into effect within the next month or two, which is very exciting, because if you're a supply chain, if you're running a supply chain business, how on earth do you know when these contracts are coming and where they're coming from and where do you go? It's about building up the skills. A lot has been talked about skills, but what we haven't mentioned is that the Scottish Government has been doing a lot of investment in figuring out what are the gaps, where do they need to happen, what do they need to be, what are the building blocks that we put in place to get there? And the UK government is kind of stepping into the fray as well, kind of looking across technology, whereas the Scottish government was looking at what do we need to build out solar? What do we need to build out onshore wind? UK government is what do we need to do all of it? The conversations are kind of very much happening. The question then becomes, how do we maximize that? And as Simon mentioned, part of the framework around how developers think about maximizing socioeconomic benefit for individual projects that they bring into communities is about helping them and guiding them to thinking a little bit differently about how they do that. More like, how did you frame it, Simon?
Being an economic development agency for a period.
Like an economic development agency.
Like Martin. Think about it like Martin.
Exactly, which is not necessarily how developers automatically think, but is a really important kind of process to help us get there.
Excellent, thank you. And I think the second part of your question, I'll sort of use Chair's prerogative and conscious of time, given that we've got a session on workforce this afternoon, then we'll roll that question over to that. Yes,
Can I just
Rachel.
make one response to Megan's great point there, which is simply that across the Highland, at a micro level, you've got I don't know the exact number of development trusts across your region, but they are powerhouses of economic development. Let's not forget that. They are powerhouses of expertise and ambition around building community wealth and well-being. So point taken, absolutely, but let's not forget that you have an amazing homegrown asset in many of your communities with those development trusts.
Okay, thank you. Conscious of time, so I'm going to invite the panel just to sort of give closing thoughts on what we need to do to unlock the economic potential. And maybe a slightly frivolous one, but if you had a magic wand, what would be the one thing that you would wish to achieve that? So we'll do Simon, Rachel, Megan, just to mix it up a bit.
Okay. So I'll start with the magic wand first. I think so. At the moment, there's, as I said before, the economic impact and the economic development potential of a project that doesn't go ahead is essentially zero. Another huge part of that is the getting the finances aligned, because the returns are not significant enough. If I had a magic wand, I would reshape the liability of or where the liability lies on community benefit fund to align it closer to economic rents, and so essentially transfer the requirement from the developer to whom the project's returns are minimal, from a financial sense, onto the landowner, who are currently the main group of individuals within the sector who are able to extract economic rents.
Excellent. Rachel, if you had a magic wand, your one wish would be, not three more wishes.
Collective definition and agreement around three things: community, what that means, and what local means, and what regional means. The magic wand to get those answers that Highlands and Scotland can buy into.
Excellent. And Megan?
If I had a magic wand, I would very oversimplistically get rid of TNUoS charges, which make it significantly more expensive to build renewable energy projects in Scotland, and in particular in the Highlands, than in England, because that would free up developers to be able to hit their final investment decisions. It would provide some buffer to have these real conversations with communities about what kind of legacy they leave behind. It would give room to breathe to the industry that is really sitting on a profit knife edge and can barely get projects off today, and it would change the game.
Excellent, thank you. So I'd like to thank the panel for their contributions and invite the audience to thank them in the traditional way. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, regarding that very, very interesting session. And undoubtedly, that was a fascinating economic analysis that you presented, courtesy of yourself and Highlands and Islands Enterprise and the producers of it. Very, very interesting indeed. And you said we can get it online? Yeah. Online. So there you go, folks. You can get it online and you get all your background information for your next reports. Some of the points taken out of it, there is no economic benefit from projects that do not go ahead. The importance of community wealth building, extremely important. Wealth building strategies, very important. And the other thing I would like to say on what you were saying relative to the communities engaging and what benefits they can get out of it. As far as my own business is concerned, in Drumnadrochit, we have had the opportunity of getting 4 apprenticeships into the hospitality industry and a 5th one coming up this year, into an industry that is really struggling as far as staffing is concerned generally throughout the country, but particularly in the Highlands. So we have 4 apprenticeships, of which 50% of their salary is paid by the Shorevis wind farm in Glenurquhart. And that is a tremendous benefit. And believe you me, these 4 individuals they were pretty aimless at the time until we took them on, and it's in conjunction with the University of the Highlands and Islands. And believe you me, it is totally fascinating how they have really blossomed and are excellent workers. And the fact that they're getting 50% of their salary paid for by the wind farm contribution is tremendous. Tremendous, because with all the other costs that we've got with national insurance and everything else that's coming up, it would have been very, very difficult for us to pay them a reasonable top-class salary. Okay, on that note, we go on to the next part of the session this afternoon. So up next, we have Powering the Future, Scaling Up Renewables and Strengthening the Grid, chaired by Jan Tucker. Jan Tucker, if you'd like to come up, Jan. Jan is Vice Chair of Highland CIC, and he's also Solutions Director for Energy for the Costain Group. Correct. And his panel are, you do the panel here?
Yes,
right.
absolutely.
Jan will introduce the panel, and it's Powering the Future, Scaling Up Renewables and Strengthening the Grid. Over to Jan.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Willie. Some very interesting discussions, so looking forward to our next panel that are coming up. So without further ado, I will welcome our panelists. So first to come up is Jamie De Soto, so Commercial Director at AES Solar. So if you could join us, please, Jamie. After that, we've got Katarina McKinnon from Crown Estate Scotland. And Peter MacDonald, who's Project Manager at Glen Eric Energy. Worth mentioning, they're one of our sponsors today, so thank you for that. And last but not least, we have Thomas McCormack, Head of Investment Planning at SSEN Transmission. So there's a bit of a tight squeeze here, so we're going to have to share mics and become friends. So, opportunity for each of you for a brief introduction. So if you wouldn't mind, Jamie, start off with you.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone can hear me okay. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to the organisers for hosting us. No mean feat. A little bit about AES Solar. We were established in 1979 as a solar thermal manufacturer, which we still do today in Murray. But 95% of our business is now solar PV and battery storage. Demand is very high, but I think we're very well placed to talk about the challenges of the region and how we can move it forward over the next 10 years, 20 years, and look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Jamie. Katarina?
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, first of all. Hello, everyone. So I'm Katarina McKinnon, and I'm Development Manager with Crown Estate Scotland's Offshore Wind Development Team. My role is to manage seabed option to lease agreements for the projects that are currently under development in the Scottish waters within offshore wind. So my background is in economic development actually here in the Highlands. So I worked for Highlands and Islands Enterprise before joining Crown Estate Scotland 3 years ago. So it's great to see a lot of familiar faces here and good to be back in Inverness. So just maybe to say a couple of words, if I may, just to explain what Crown Estate Scotland does, you may hear, but just to explain what we do. So we are essentially a landlord, and we manage assets that form part of the Scottish Crown Estate. And historically, it was obviously very strong links to the monarchy. However, we are independent organisation from the monarchy, and we are a Scottish Public Corporation. So we were devolved from the UK Crown Estate back in 2017, and with the powers to manage the estate were devolved to the Scottish ministers, and then in turn delegated to Crown Estate Scotland. So in terms of the estate, it includes land, rural estates, also buildings, coastline, and crucially the seabed all around Scotland. So this is where I sit within the marine team, and so we manage offshore wind. There's various emergent technologies, wave and tidal. Also, big focus is cables as well from offshore wind, from transmission, because obviously there's the scale of development has been already mentioned is huge. So we need to manage that space effectively, and ultimately. We're a net contributor to the Scottish economy. We generate income from leasing activity, from collecting rents once the projects are operational, and that gets passed on to Scottish Government for public spending. So look forward to the discussion, the panel.
Thank you. Over to you, Peter.
Would you like a brief intro, or would you like the full opening remarks at this point?
Whatever you want. Feel free.
Well, for brief intro, I'm Peter MacDonald. I'm from the Black Isle, just across the Keswick Bridge there. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, and like many others, I left the area at age 17 to go away and study, and I started my career down in the Central Belt. I was very fortunate to be able to return to the Highlands, initially to work in marine renewables R&D, and then to develop my career based in this area but working internationally. I'm part of the team that's developing the Glenerick pump storage scheme on Loch Ness between Drumnadrochit and Invermorston, and I'll share a bit more about that in my opening remarks shortly.
Thank you, Peter. Thomas, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Thomas McCormack. I'm Head of Investment Planning at SSEN Transmission. That forms part of our kind of wider system planning capabilities. And here's my bid for topping the nerdiness league table today is we're essentially power systems engineers who look at the GB network model, which is essentially a mathematical representation of the assets that you see out there. And we look at that from today's network right out to typically a 10-year planning horizon, but with computational kind of movement, we're looking out 15, 20 years into the future to kind of develop those network plans to support that. So I started my career in 2012 within the system planning team at SSEN Transmission. At the time, Beely Denny was being commissioned, Caithness Murray was being developed. We may have been forgiven at that time for thinking that that was base camp in Julian's eyes. We've seen incredible pace and scale of transmission plans and investments coming forward through our team over the last few years, which we'll touch on some of those as we go through. It's a challenging environment to work in. You're trying to solve complex problems with half the pieces of the puzzle and having to make quite quick, big decisions. Embedded within those models is a lot of legacy. Decisions from 50 years ago still remain in those network models. So we're very apparent or very aware of what the decisions we make have an impact going forward on the system.
Excellent. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, everyone. Right, so the format, similar to the other panels. So I've got a few questions to start off with, and then opening up to the room. So considering the topic of today's panel, for your opening remarks, I've got a theme that you can discuss that around. So as Willie mentioned earlier today with his opening remark, the Highlands and the Islands have world-leading renewable potential, yet much of it remains underutilised. What's holding us back from scaling up more rapidly? And what could unlock the next wave of development? So shall we go in order? Starting with you, Jamie.
Yep, I think what's holding us back is definitely the grid infrastructure at this moment in time. Thomas will be able to talk about how we're going to improve on that, but at today's point, we are limited to 200 kilowatts per MPAN on commercial three-phase size systems, which, you know, a lot of customers are expecting much larger systems. So the demand is there. They are looking to offset their energy usage, but they are also being pushed by their supply chain to decarbonise, but are finding huge frustration in finding that there's actually a limitation in Scotland and this part of Scotland, whereas compared to parts of England, they can do much, much bigger size systems. So in terms of us as a company, we can't plan too far in advance or really take the handbrake off because we are still hamstrung by the grid infrastructure. There is, as other people have mentioned today, skills development issues, and there is a lack of funding and clarity over policies. It would be nice to see political parties come together as a cross-party framework to decide renewables, and the opportunity within Scotland and the region is huge. Whoever's in charge, this is what we're going to deliver. I would like to see that sort of thing, but I do think it is a blockage for us.
Excellent. Thank you, Jamie. Katarina?
Yes, sure. So I guess moving on to the offshore space, since that's my focus, particularly offshore wind, I think it's very clear that the opportunity for the region, for Scotland as a whole, for the UK, is very significant. So in terms of our role as the seabed landlord, as I mentioned, we have created this huge pipeline that we have in Scotland through both ScotWind, but also INTOG leasing round. And INTOG, for those who don't know, stands for Innovation and Targeted Oil and Gas. So these both leasing rounds, in addition to what we already had in the pipeline, created the those projects. Quite a lot of them are around the coast of the Highlands and Islands. So, and the region has done it before. We've already got operational wind farms off the coast of the Highlands here. But through both ScotWind and Intal, it's the floating opportunity, in particular for this new sector. So, whilst so nobody has done it at that scale. I mean, we're talking 40 gigawatt pipeline. So, but obviously we're talking about challenges and what's holding us back. And unsurprising, the topic of this session is grid. And that has been something that's been there since, so we launched ScotWind in 2022, and that's when I started in the team. And in my quarterly meetings with the projects, grid is probably takes a lot of the discussion every time. So I think, well, basically, before even we launched the leasing, it was clear understanding that current grid is not fit for purpose. It was designed, built something like 100 years ago for very much fossil fuel powered system. So it cannot cope with the scale that we need for 2030 clean power targets, but also net zero. So we need to rebuild, rewire the whole system to receive that power. And ultimately it is a UK system. So whilst generation and the source of electricity is here in Scotland, in the Highlands, it has to go to the consumer all over the UK. So that transmission infrastructure, has already been mentioned, that's key. So and basically the reform has been twofold. So there is that sort of physical infrastructure part and the design and planning of the system. And NESO, the National Energy System Operator, have been working on that to basically design how on earth do you really transport that generation across the UK to consumer. So that's been kind of the part of that, and developers, our projects, have been waiting for that certainty in terms of where they're going to connect and when. So before it was very much developer-led system, when projects just undertake their analysis and they know where they connect. But at this scale, it's very much that centralized approach. But ultimately, that's what we need for that scale. And the other part, Christiana mentioned earlier, is that connections reform piece, which basically, so the connections queue is unsustainable. We need to manage that. We need to, I guess, remove those projects that aren't going to progress. And again, that is, I guess these two elements have really created uncertainty for the projects, but they've still been progressing a lot. So we have had a lot of progress. I mean, there are projects here in the room which have been progressing in their planning. They're still doing things. They're doing site investigation works on their sites that we've leased. So, but yeah, again, it's that certainty, and grid is ultimately the critical path for the projects. They have to know when they can start exporting their electricity to the grid, and that's kind of, they count back from that on the programme side.
Excellent. Thank you, Katerina. Peter, your thoughts? What are the unlocks?
Yeah, so I think probably be useful for us to use our project as a case study here in terms of what scaling up might look like in real world kind of granular terms. And I actually think it's quite useful to kind of look back before we look forwards. When most people think of Loch Ness and the Great Glen, they picture something that's timeless and inherently natural. But actually, this has always been a working landscape shaped by humans to meet the strategic challenges of the time. That goes from 2,000 years ago to the metal and glass sort of industrial cluster that there was at Clonduthel, just at the top of the Great Glen, forward to Telford's Caledonian Canal 200 years ago, the pioneering hydro-powered aluminium smelter at Foyers, which in 1900 was providing 1/6 of the world's aluminium production, was coming from a village on the banks of Loch Ness. Right through to the strategic forestry planting in the Great Glen after the First World War, and then on to Tom Johnson's Power from the Glens hydroelectric rollout after the Second World War. This landscape has been working for and shaped by the challenges of the time over centuries. So today's challenges are climate emergency, energy security, and economic resilience. The Highlands, as we've been hearing and as we know, has really stepped up in renewable generation, but much is wasted and it's costing us all. Last year, the UK grid paid £800 million in curtailment to stop producing wind, not because we don't need the energy, just because we didn't need it right then. and because the system had nowhere to store it. So that's where Glen Eric comes in. Our 2 gigawatt, 34 gigawatt hour pumped storage hydro project will efficiently bank huge volumes of surplus clean energy and release it instantly as and when it's needed. Our site has Our site has near 500 metres of head, the height difference between our upper and lower reservoir, and that's amongst the best in the UK, which enables efficient, large-scale, reliable and affordable storage. We're one of 3 schemes planned for Loch Ness, and the head height advantage that we have on that side of the loch allows us to generate more power and store more energy than all the other schemes combined while using half of the water. In numbers terms, that will save the grid about £3 billion in the first 20 years by removing the need for those curtailment payments, and it will reduce the grid's post-2030 carbon footprint by about 10%. But this isn't just about infrastructure and numbers, it's about stewardship. I really liked what Rachel had to say earlier about communication, collaboration and connection. This development's been led by the local landowner who has the magic wand that Simon mentioned there, who cares deeply about maximising the project's benefits for community and for environment. We've engaged extensively and early, making meaningful changes to our designs based on the feedback from the community. It's going to create about 1,000 jobs at the peak of construction and about 100 to 200 good quality ongoing jobs in the operational phase, with many of those being based in the Highlands. We've pledged Scotland's largest community benefit fund of over £20 million a year for the full duration of the asset, 125 years at the moment. And that'll be locally governed, distributed and delivered. And that's because we have that magic wand that Simon mentioned. It's the local landowner who is also the developer of the scheme. Environmental responsibility is obviously central. At the moment, we're running a smoke tracking study with the local fisheries board. So looking ahead, our timeline is ambitious but achievable. We've got enabling works planning for early 2026, progressively bringing units online with 34 gigawatt hours of storage being available in 2030. This landscape here has long served national needs, but often without local influence. We're aiming to change that, giving local voices real influence and a fair share of the value, which is absolutely critical. But Glen Eric is also a critical piece of strategic national infrastructure, and it's going to give us the flexibility that we need to integrate more wind and solar, not by building more generation per se, but by making better use of what we have. So from our perspective, that's how we scale up renewables and how we strengthen the grid, by building projects that are nationally essential and locally shaped.
Excellent, thank you, Peter. Appreciate the history there and great insight into your project. Thomas, over to you. What do you believe the unlocks are?
Yeah, maybe kind of come at it from a system side, I guess. All roads kind of tend to lead there more often than not. So I think there's been a lot of progress and activity in the north of Scotland. I mentioned Caithness Murray earlier, unlocking some of that onshore renewables kind of in the north of Scotland. There's a whole host of projects, if you're interested, you could share those. Fort William overhead line upgrades, Moray Coast overhead line upgrades. So lots of work has sort of laid the platform for us moving forward. I'll maybe approach the system in 2 ways, thinking about the offshore grid first. Obviously, something of that magnitude and scale you cannot do in isolation. It must be coordinated. That's driven the coordinated system plan, our accelerated strategic transmission investment. So that progresses and advances, which creates this backbone of the system, which is intended to transfer bulk power through our system and reduce that burden of constraints on the network, whilst facilitating that renewable growth in the north of Scotland. So that's really the wider strategic level, where we're looking at bulk transfers on the system. The other side of that, which I think we've still got big challenges Jamie's mentioning around that local activity. How do we coordinate in the same way that the holistic network design for ScotWind created the accelerated transmission strategic plan? How do you get that at a more local level, where you're forcing everybody to come together to develop a system for the users of that network? Connections reform will hopefully, as intended, remove some of the noise, some of the distractions, with people kind of, I guess, sterilising some of that local capacity, creating opportunities for people to come forward that really are ready to connect to the system. And I think leaning into that spatial energy planning and those activities is really where we need to kind of get in early as kind of these community benefits and Highlands and Islands activities to influence the spatial energy plan at a local level. We don't want a spatial energy plan that cuts Scotland into 2 networks. That's not how it's assessed electrically. That's not how we should approach it. So those things are really key to unlocking, I think, at a local level, that renewable growth.
Excellent. And since you're holding the mic, I think the next question is probably best to begin with yourself as well. It's we all agree on the grid capacity, the constraints, the congestion. Back to the topic of collaboration, which we've been speaking a lot about today. What coordinated actions do you think are needed between government, industry and regulators to address this? So maybe start with you, and I think, Katrina, it'd be interesting to hear your take as well.
Yeah, I think connections reforms had a lot of airtime in the last year, rightly so. It's intended to really, I guess, in some sense, rip up and start again the connections queue. I think that's absolutely necessary. What we've seen over the last probably 3 or 4 years is this unprecedented volumes, which we do have to plan for. We do have to kind of provide customer connection offers for. So you end up with networks that look like they're ready to facilitate that. As we mentioned, that's more than is needed. So leaning into that spatial energy plan, strategic spatial energy plan, and getting something that looks like what we need at the base scenario level, can then plan a system to overlay onto that and facilitate customers at a local level. There was a lot of activity in terms of that transmission distribution interface as you go down the voltages of the systems and you get onto that distribution network. I feel like there's more to do there in terms of a more sophisticated approach across transmission, distribution, and how that interfaces with the NESO and their operation of the system.
Excellent. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Katrina?
so I guess from our perspective, again, as a kind of landlord and ultimately, as mentioned, our income is generated through electricity generation. So we charge rent from our tenants. So obviously, if that capacity and that export is constrained, that affects our revenues and what we can actually pass on to Scottish Government. So we're very much aware in terms of our operational assets, but also those future assets, which are much more significant in terms of the future and how that would impact these projects. As mentioned, the grid is a huge consideration in terms of viability of this project and the timelines. So, and we need to make sure that that grid network is fit for purpose, that is able to receive that electricity and transmit it to the right place. So we're, from our side, definitely we are kind of, I guess in the middle, we're engaging with government, with the regulators, with Ofgem, with transmission operators to understand what are those timelines looking like, what are the discussions taking place, because ultimately we also have these agreements with our tenants, with ScotWind and Tog projects, which are on the timeline, and we, from our side, we try and accelerate them with good milestones in terms of for them to meet. So it's that balance, and I guess ultimately infrastructure takes place to plan to put orders in for the supply chain. Supply chain is a big constraint there as well, and obviously we've heard from supply chain earlier things like these HVDC capability capacity that is needed to enable those grid upgrades, ultimately affecting those projects. So we're there, we're in the middle and having these various discussions because those are very much impacting our asset base and the income.
Excellent. Appreciate that, Thomas, Katrina. Don't know, Peter, Jamie, do you want to wade in with regards to connecting into the grid?
Just to reinforce the points there, that for us, grid queue rationalisation is something that we absolutely see as a vital priority, and then possibly taking it a step further back, as Katrina did there, in terms of the coordinating actions around skills and supply chain. Both of those are going to be very important, and there's a role for GB Energy and the bank, as was mentioned earlier, in terms of enabling infrastructure. So there's a kind of pipeline of pieces that come together to facilitate both the projects ourselves and also the supporting grid infrastructure, and it has to be looked at in the whole.
Excellent. I've got one here for you, Peter, since you're on the mic. This is with regards to community benefit. So a question was asked previously regarding community benefit, but looking at grid infrastructure, looking at pumped hydro, how do you maximise long-term community benefits? Local ownership, energy equity, economic resilience. Is there anything you can add?
So we had an excellent session, I think, with Rachel and the others, starting to look at some of the aspects of community benefit, and we can pick up on a few threads there. I've already mentioned that we have this very significant community benefit that we're looking at, and that's enabled and facilitated because the landowner is the developer here and has pulled together the development team with a very much local first approach, ensuring that decisions stay rooted in the area. There's been reference to shared ownership. That does bring shared risk, and we've consulted on this with the community, and there simply wasn't a community appetite for this, probably due to the scale and the size and the nature of the project. I am absolutely convinced that there's a place for this in the right schemes and the right projects for community ownership. But in this instance, the community preference is to simply receive a share of the value, and that works for them. So we recognise that the value of the fund that we're talking about, which is, as I said, estimated about £20 million a year ongoing, is a transformational amount of money, which brings with it its own risks and needs to be handled incredibly carefully. So we've done some early engagement with the Council, with Scottish Land Commission, with Foundation Scotland, to look at how we can do this right, how we can do it well. I've personally chaired 3 roundtables with community organisations and with experts. We've had a public consultation, which has gone on for a few months and has just closed last week, looking at priorities, looking at how it should be delivered, how it should be governed, how it should be distributed, looking at the region, the area, the local communities, all of these aspects. And we're going back out to the community in early June for some follow-up events where we're going to share the kind of results, the feedback and the next steps of that consultation. I think it's also important to kind of mention the Social Value Charter. We really welcome the kind of leadership that Highland Council has put out there by giving the Social Value Charter out there as something to respond to. We recognise that it underpins procurement, hiring and supply chain practices and choices, the SMEs and apprenticeship part. There's a strong skills implication from that. Looking forward to hearing from Scott Gilbert in the next session on Statkraft's done some excellent work on skills, and they've floated this co-opetition where different projects who might be competing in some areas can collaborate and work together in others, and we very much welcome that.
Excellent. Anyone else want to add?
I guess from the offshore perspective, because, and I think it was Rachel mentioned earlier, it's about that definition of community as well, because obviously for the offshore projects, some of them, which the projects are located in Scotland, they won't even connect in Scotland due to the holistic network design, and where again we're talking about grid reform. So it's about how do these projects, what do these community benefits look like from these projects? But ultimately, I think certainly from Crown Estate Scotland's perspective, we strongly believe that these, and again it's already been mentioned earlier, that these benefits very much are largely in those longer term local supply chain impact and jobs on the ground all across Scotland and wider UK. And we actually have a role to play as well in this through when we did the leasing for ScotWind and Intog, we stipulated commitments from projects to invest in the supply chain, and that basically that made some like very much early stage commitments much earlier than it would have been otherwise if it's through, for example, contracts for difference process. So we're already seeing these benefits. Again, investment in Sumitomo factory, I'm sure there's been like links with those early commitments. So, and these are real opportunities, real jobs on the ground, real investments. But indeed, these benefits could actually take many forms as well.
Excellent. Thanks for that. So the last question I've got before I open up to the room is with regards to technology, specifically emerging technologies. And I think each of you can answer this from your respective market. So Jamie, with regards to solar.
I think solar products and battery storage and even wind, they're making incremental improvements all the time. Panels are getting more efficient, larger. Battery storage is improving with its depth of charge and things like that. But where I think there's going to be real innovation and development is in the tariff offering and how energy is used and transferred between people who aren't using it and people who need it. So things like peer-to-peer trading, potentially regional pricing, sleeving deals of being able to buy a large amount of energy produced in the south of England at a solar farm to be displaced in a fish farm in the north of Scotland. I think these are things which are really going to take the use of that energy to the next level.
Excellent. And Katerina, I mean, you'd think Crown Estate, you wouldn't think technology, but you mentioned INTOG, which is a fantastic connection between decarbonising oil and gas, looking at the qualification of floating offshore wind technology. Thoughts about floating offshore wind technology?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you say, in terms of that innovation and investment in technology, it sits with the project and the supply chain. But from our side, we released INTOG, and that is very much as part of the condition before the project can step into their lease. They have to have an offtake to directly connect to an offshore oil and gas installation in the North Sea, primarily to decarbonise those operations. So basically, this is in a way an alternative to grid, and that can take many forms. It could be hydrogen. Hydrogen has been mentioned before, and we need to consider these things. It could be batteries. It could be other things. It could be offshore production of those things or onshore. So again, through the INTOG leasing round, the oil and gas part, there was the TOG part, targeted oil and gas. There was also a small in part. So these are small-scale innovation projects. They're up to 100 megawatt. So very much at that sort of test and demonstration scale to demonstrate technologies. And they're all floating, but we didn't stipulate that. They are all floating because I guess where they are the sites, and that is where the opportunity is for Scotland and global. So those are still relatively early stages of development. They're dependent on the Scottish Government Sector and Medium Plan being concluded, which is going shortly out to consultation. So, however, the opportunity is there, so there's access to seabed, but also we do engage with others who are not within that leasing round in terms of offering seabed for example, component testing, like anchors or mooring systems as well. And indeed, in terms of hydrogen as well, so last week, a lot of us were in Glasgow at All Energy. Hydrogen was there featuring, and it's always kind of there in the mix. So I think the regulators, such as North Sea Transition Authority, they're looking at how to actually enable that route to market, because at the moment it's very much small scale, but if we're talking about these huge scale projects, such as offshore wind projects, how do you develop that route to market through sort of CFD or something like that? So we're kind of watching that space, and some of the INTOG parties, but also ScotWind projects have stated openly that they would consider hydrogen. However, we need to have that clarity. We need to have that mechanism there.
Excellent, thank you. And Peter, not just pumped hydro, but storage in general, pumped hydro, battery storage, hydrogen. Any thoughts about inclusion of your industry and emerging technologies that can support that part of the business?
Yeah, so if we're looking at emerging technologies, I mean, pumped storage hydro is about 100 years old. So itself, the core technology has emerged and is firmly established. That obviously has its benefits. It's mature, it's bankable and available now, but that's not to say that it's been static. You know, the core concept of storing water at height, using surplus electricity, and then releasing that to generate when it's needed, That's well established, but within that, there's obviously been and is an ongoing need for massive amounts of innovation. The electromechanical equipment, the turbines and generators, the controls and everything that goes around that. There's also a kind of opportunity for applying innovation within the project itself. So just again, to zone in on our project as a kind of case study, we've been looking at using innovation. One of the approaches we've undertaken is something called early contractor involvement, where during the very early stage of the design, the feed stage, we've had selected contractors and had them come in and work with us, which lets us kind of look at their lessons learned, see things that have happened in other projects and head those off at the pass, and also opportunities, new ideas and innovations can kind of get baked in very early. And another area where there's a little bit of kind of innovation, potentially emerging technology, is there's a particularly interesting situation with marine work in Loch Ness. We're going to need to do some of our work from the Loch side. And actually, you've got a fairly unique set of circumstances there because there's a constraint on what size of vessels can come through the canal. So if you're wanting to do stuff there, you need to look at modular construction of the works that we're doing and then special vessels to do that. So there are areas where there's going to be emerging technology as ancillary parts of it.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. And Thomas, one of your colleagues mentioned this morning that there are transmission technologies that we're seeing around the corner.
Yeah, so yeah, in transmission, I guess innovation is looking at kind of existing technologies, but advancements in those. So you're looking at kind of new overhead line conductors, new tower structures coming through, and dynamic line rating was one of those that was mentioned this morning, which is installed now on the 275 kV double circuit from Bewley up to Lochbuie and Dounreay. So that essentially monitors the weather conditions in real time and allows you to adjust the current carrying capacity of that conductor. So the technology's there. Often with these things, it's kind of some of the other barriers, like how does that interface with the operational control room in the NESO? How do we get those comms into there so that they can maybe not take constraints that they maybe otherwise would have to? How do those things link up to make that truly beneficial to kind of capitalize on the technology being there? I mentioned getting more sophisticated about the transmission and distribution interface. I was fortunate to be involved in an active network management scheme on the transmission system back in 2012, 2013. It worked perfectly in the eyes of what it was intended to do, but the developer didn't like it, it curtailed them, and the National Grid Control Room didn't like it. So we've seen sort of quite slow advancement in that active network management across the transmission system. So it's really kind of how do you remove those barriers? Technology is often there. It's perhaps the policy and the other kind of infrastructure that isn't quite there yet.
Excellent. Thank you, Thomas. So, yeah, I'll open up to the room. Conscious we have 15 minutes for questions, closing remarks, and I don't want to hold you back from lunch. So, yes, microphones are going around. Any questions? Please present yourself, who you represent, and ideally who you want to direct your question to. Not all at once. Oh, one in the back.
Hi, Anne Thomas, Highland People's Power again. I wonder how we can scale up the energy-intensive use of electricity in the Highlands and elsewhere in Scotland, so that we don't need to transmit it so much of it elsewhere. I'm thinking of data centres, shipping, transitioning shipping to electricity, maybe aviation as well. That would seem to be a big part of the transitioning everything, if we use the power near where it's generated to do things.
So who wants to go for that one?
I'll kick us off in terms of that's certainly something that I mentioned, looking out kind of to 2030. We're very locked in on our network plans, looking out to 2035, 2040. Hydrogen and data centres are very much getting overlaid on the system. I think it needs to be done in a very coordinated way. You can cause huge system problems by creating sinkholes of huge gigawatts in specific parts of the network. So I certainly think that is part of kind of using generation at source and getting the balance right between transferring generation to the demand centres and utilising infrastructure that, in a sense, has been designed to accommodate large offshore wind, if you like, and if we're talking about the main corridors, but also to kind of facilitate that growth as well.
Excellent. Further thoughts?
It's not my area of expertise at all, but one potential area where local energy use might be increased during the COVID pandemic, we saw kind of food security issues become more manifest as global supply chains wobbled a bit, and one of the thoughts that arose out of that was looking at green import substitution and growing more food locally. And in this part of the world, that would probably mean, if we're wanting to expand the window of what we're growing, controlled environment agriculture, which is what it sounds like, greenhouses with lighting and heating. So there's a demand there for LED lighting and for heating. So that is one other potential area where locally used energy could be deployed.
Excellent. Anything else? No?
Yeah, no, I guess just to add to that certainly something like, for example, e-fuels has been mentioned, and the whole kind of demand side, and where that electricity from offshore wind, where I'm sitting at, to go. So some projects have mentioned that, and we, from our side, in terms of as enabler, very much listening to the market, what the needs are, and we would engage with developers on trying to enable that from our agreements perspective.
Jimmy?
I think there is some small ways of assisting with that in terms of agile tariffs, which are there right now, but the downside of being able to take in energy which is going elsewhere at a very low cost now is that you then have, when energy is in short supply, you have very expensive periods. So until they get a bit more balance in that side of things, I think tariffs are not necessarily going to be the answer right now, but certainly it will be something for the future of seeing, well, we have lots of excess energy and you're going to get paid to charge your home battery or your car, then we are, taking advantage of that locally as much as possible.
Absolutely. Right, looking at the time, probably time for closing remarks. So anything that you want to add, anything that you didn't have the opportunity to answer on the table? Starting with you, Jamie.
I think we are where we are with grid infrastructure. It's the rise of renewables has maybe not been fully addressed in terms of grid infrastructure and upgrades happening quick enough. But we have to make sure that whatever improvements are made now are enough to future-proof for the long term, because there's no point in being in this position again in 10 years' time. The demand is going to remain there. Self-generation and larger scale projects are going to keep on happening. We have a lot of natural resources here, a lot of technologies in hydro and wind. We have to make sure that there is a lot of joined up thinking to make sure that we take full advantage of this, not just from a Highlands perspective, but from a Scottish perspective, because who knows what will happen with politics and the way the question earlier about independence. The countries could go in totally different directions, so we have to protect ourselves with our own energy and utilise that fully, would be my thoughts.
Excellent point. More collaboration, less competition. Katerina?
Yeah, I guess something that's maybe to mention that hasn't come up through the discussion, and something that we've been busy working on across the teams actually at Crown State Scotland. So I mentioned the offshore wind and the cables that actually to connect to the network. We're seeing that increased activity, and actually managing that seabed space is becoming more challenging, and particularly those cables coming to shore, landing points where there's offshore wind, there's transmission infrastructure, there's pipelines, there's fisheries, there's a lot of interactions there. So what we're trying to navigate is how to do that for the benefit of all different parties, to enable them to connect at the right place, at the right time. And like for example, I mean, it's not in the Highlands, but the area on the east coast of Peterhead that is becoming really congested with a lot of activity there. But also in the Highlands in the north, around Dounreay and Spithill, this is where a lot of projects will come and connect. So I guess it's about that engagement. So from us, it's managing the offshore space, but also perhaps acting as a facilitator to enable engagement of different parties. And a good example was mentioned earlier about it in East Lothian. So it's how to bring all these different actors together and crucially engagement with communities, because ultimately I think big challenge is that community acceptance and perception of these developments. And communities need to be involved. They need to actually have a say in how that's done and the design of all that infrastructure. Obviously onshore is more crucial, but offshore as well. So we are very mindful of that. So we play a role where we can to, as I say, in terms of direct management of the space, or indeed as a kind of facilitator. So I'm sure we'll continue to do so.
Excellent. So don't forget about the beach landings and the people that would be affected.
Indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
Peter?
Yeah, I think in terms of sort of some closing reflections, I think it's useful to bear in mind that Scotland generally still works on a first come, first served approach when it comes to planning, and that lack of kind of national level master plan, I think, has undeniably led to community concern and consultation fatigue. When we see communities respond and say that they have a never-ending pipeline of projects or potential projects, whether those are BESS, wind, substations, transmission, and indeed hydro projects. And I think we, as an industry, need to kind of hold our hands up and acknowledge that it's completely understandable that communities are concerned, and that good quality, responsible projects can have a harder time of it sitting within that context. So what we would like to see, and what we are seeing to an extent, is a kind of a whole system plan that ranks projects by system value. In Switzerland, for example, they have for hydro projects, they have something which considers how the water is used, with a full review on that. And we are going to get a bit of that with the long duration energy storage cap and floor programme that the UK government is putting through. So they will compare different schemes and work out which ones are the best for everyone. So we want to see, I think, more of that. Also just want to welcome the fact that the UK government and the Scottish government seem to be working together a lot more collaboratively, a lot less contentiously, which is good. And just to finish, just to say that we are progressing forwards, we're making good progress. We're glad to see the leadership from NISO, from Ofgem, from the Highland Council, the UK government, the Scottish government. So progress is being made.
Excellent. So I've got sustainability, longer term system value, and collaboration all being key. Last but not least, Thomas.
Yeah, I won't add too much to that. I think maybe there is a difference between what is contractually full on our network and what is actually full across our network. And I think a lot of the challenges are stemming from what is contractually full. So it's not to say that there are kind of local areas of our system that are at capacity, and that's where you are stifling growth, and that's where you should be targeting investment. That is muddied, I guess, by kind of, as articulated there, you're driven by customer-led individual applications, driving investments in areas that are perhaps contractually full but not full, and that gets kind of put into the mix, and becomes a bit of a distraction, and maybe not targeting the right areas to invest at the right time across that kind of transmission, distribution, local area interface. So I think I won't say any more. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, Katerina, Peter, Thomas, fantastic. Appreciate your contributions and your insight. Can we get a round of applause? Thank you, Willie.
Jan and panel, thank you very much indeed. We're just about coming up to lunch. I think there's one or two things we can take out of these discussions today. Undoubtedly, the existing grid infrastructure in the Highlands is insufficient to handle the increasing output from wind, hydro and solar projects. Just how significant community benefits are and how we maximise them, and the importance of undoubtedly co-opetition, where we're cooperating but knowing you are in competition with each other. And as far as the lady was concerned regarding where to put extra electricity, at a dinner we were at last night, the subject of vertical agriculture came up, and that could be a very significant benefit as far as the Highlands of Scotland are concerned for diverting, both with solar and other. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are off for lunch, which I am sure you will be looking forward to. It's again an opportunity to visit the sponsors and the exhibitors who are there, and a bit of networking. And I'd like to welcome you back here for 2 p.m. 1 hour. Thank you.
Climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger-scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. The Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low-emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the council to meet our net zero ambitions. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger-scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. The Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low-emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the Council to meet our net zero ambitions. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger-scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. The Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low-emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the Council to meet our net zero ambitions.
All right, Kathleen. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome back to this afternoon session. I trust you enjoyed your lunch and you got everything you wanted to eat. Some great speakers and panels this afternoon and a lot of things to unpack today. But one thing we're still is to address skills, and that's going to be done this afternoon, and education in the region. We're also going to hear from a graduate apprentice who will give their view on the industry and what had attracted them into the green energy role. Before that, I would like to invite Yvonne Crook, Chair of Highland CIC, to the stage. That's right. Nestled in the rugged beauty of the Highlands lies a land shaped by centuries of culture. Nestled in the rugged beauty of the
Got there. Sorry, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today representing Highland Community Interest Company as an associate partner at the Green Energy Conference. My name is Yvonne Crook and I'm the co-founder and chair of Highland CIC, which encompasses Highland Renewables and Highland Tourism. Our focus is on harnessing the vast potential and opportunities presented by renewable energy development. This vision has become a shared passion among our community and business leaders in the Highlands. Through strategic collaboration with our renewable developer supporters, we're committed to driving sustainable growth and innovation in our region and to becoming an investment vehicle to make things happen. I look forward to sharing more about our journey, and I'm delighted to be joined today by some equally passionate colleagues who will help tell our story.
Nestled in the rugged beauty of the Highlands lies a land shaped by centuries of culture, resilience and innovation. From tight-knit Gaelic communities to engineering pioneers like Sir Thomas Telford, whose 19th century infrastructure transformed the region. The Highlands have long balanced tradition with progress. Today, with an estimated 100 billion in transformational and renewable energy projects, and a world-renowned tourism industry, the Highlands are stepping ambitiously into a sustainable future. But as the region evolves, some big questions remain. How do we protect our outstanding natural environment, playing a pivotal part in net zero targets? Protect our rich cultural heritage. Develop a strong sense of social responsibility whilst creating a culture of entrepreneurship, and support and empower our vibrant communities.
Big questions indeed. How do we ensure a just transition for the Highlands, socially, economically, environmentally, in terms of infrastructure, especially as we prepare for a potential £100 billion investment? Our Highland CIC journey began 4 years ago with a vision rooted in the rich cultural heritage of the Highlands, one that inspires us to transform our landscape responsibly and inclusively, sustainably, and with ambition. As we prepare to harness the scale of investment, this vision is guiding us to ensure we can leave the greatest legacy possible for future generations. Who are we? We're an innovative collaboration between Highland Renewables and Highland Tourism, two key sectors in the Highlands forming Highland CIC. Together, we're driving the vision with a board of directors representing communities, businesses, renewable energy developers and contractors, working with an ambassador network of over 200, and we have been grateful to have the support of Kate Forbes in her role as MSP. We are embracing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as a framework for a comprehensive and balanced approach to sustainable development. In this period of transformational change, we believe that collective action, unprecedented collaboration and co-investment are essential. By aligning our efforts with these global goals, we aim to ensure that our development in the Highlands is sustainable, inclusive and benefits all today and for future generations. The Highlands. We have begun to envisage the Highlands not just as a region, but as a destination and a brand. Our goal is to inspire a sustainable future while putting the Highlands onto the global stage, showcasing our ambition and our leadership. We aim to attract world leaders and international stakeholders to engage in vital conversations about the future of sustainable development, positioning the Highlands as a hub for innovation, collaboration and transformative change. With the incredible support from Tomatin Distillery and shared values of community and sustainability, an investment from them of £150,000 has been instrumental in turning our collective aspirations into reality and bringing forward the Highlands' journey towards a sustainable future. Further investment came from a collective of tourism and renewable businesses who believed that the Highlands can be a world leader in sustainable development. We are very grateful to our main sponsor, Scottish and Southern Energy Transmission, and our premier partners, RES, Haventus, Vattenfall, Planet Scotland, Copper Consultancy, for their support, encouragement and investment in Highland CIC's community vision. A special thank you goes to Ian Robertson and Alison Hood and the team at Statkraft for their incredible support over the past 3 years. Their commitment has included sponsoring a series of workshops across the Highlands in collaboration with Kate Forbes, bringing together community and business leaders to help shape our shared future, as well as mentorship and support in other ways that have enabled the CIC's evolution. This has also included somewhere in the region of 50 events and community consultation with over 1,000 business and community leaders. This extensive period of community collaboration enabled us to consider all the elements of the Highlands as a destination. One of Europe's finest natural environments, with the UK's largest national park. The Flow Country, now with UNESCO World Heritage status, the first peatland in the world to be awarded this globally coveted designation. Rich biodiversity supporting a diverse range of habitats and rare and endangered species. World-class rewilding projects and the world's first rewilding centre. Wester Ross, a UNESCO biosphere. Our coasts and islands, a rich and diverse marine environment. A growing life sciences sector and over 80 organisations, including biotechnology, marine sciences and animal health. A global tourism destination with 11 million visitors annually. World-class whisky, wildlife experiences, adventure, golf. World-renowned cultural heritage, country sports, events and food and drink experiences. A long history of hydropower dating back to the late 19th century. An infrastructure of ports and harbours providing significant opportunities for growth and development. And the Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport with an opportunity to establish the region as an innovative green trade hub. And transformational renewable energy projects. As someone who moved into the Highlands said to me earlier this week, if you know, you know, but it took someone to show me. With a population decline of more than 150,000 people over 150 years, what an opportunity we have to put all of this together and to tell. Working with public sector partners, community and business leaders with entrepreneurial spirit and vision. What an inspiration it's been to be working with colleagues, businesses and community leaders who realise the scale of this opportunity for the Highlands and want to be part of leaving the greatest legacy we can for future generations. A narrative is a great place to start. Almost 50 community and ambassador events later, and with professional support to integrate with Visit Scotland, we have also integrated renewable development into Brand Highlands. We realise that our hills and lochs are not just picturesque scenery, they're the driving force behind our renewable energy sources. As Professor Terry Stevens, destination development expert, said, renewables bring credibility to positioning as a sustainable, responsible and regenerative destination. Credibility and believability are essential characteristics of a brand and a destination. From a tourism perspective, as we work to address the 67% increase in visitor numbers over the past 12 years, with only a 21% economic uplift, we recognise the importance of crafting a compelling narrative to drive higher value visitors to the Highlands. Our vision is to promote the Highlands as an enriching experience set within a dramatic natural environment where energy innovation and thriving local communities are at the heart of our story. Together with community and business leaders, we have a significant opportunity to map a just transition, one driven by ambition and shared purpose that balances growth with sustainability and ensures the Highlands' prosperity for generations to come. With the support of renewable developer sponsors, we embarked on a comprehensive mapping project to understand the landscape of sustainable development. Our goal to drive a just transition that benefits all communities, respects our environment and harnesses the region's cultural and natural assets. We aimed to better understand the scale and location of renewable developments, onshore wind farms, offshore projects, hydro sites and power grid infrastructure, and the geographic spread highlighting areas of high development activity. We looked at areas of deprivation, with 17 data zones ranked in the most deprived 15% in Scotland, mapping areas of socio-economic challenges versus renewable development hotspots, and environmental designations and our natural environment, including national parks, conservation areas and protected sites, understanding their importance for climate resilience, community wellbeing, tourism and harnessing energy. Our rich cultural heritage with key sites, castles, museums, cultural landscapes and their role in community identity as well as in attracting visitors. The Highlands is home to world-renowned attractions and popular tourism hotspots, drawing visitors from around the globe. However, this influx has led to significant challenges, such as over-tourism and a lack of sufficient funds for communities and public bodies to effectively manage visitors or invest in infrastructure. By strategically integrating tourism, renewable energy and community development, we see immense potential for sustainable growth, creating a balanced approach that benefits our environment, local communities and the economy, whilst maintaining the Highlands' unique tourism appeal. Community development trusts and community benefit access. There are numerous community development trusts and funds established across the Highlands aimed at supporting local development. However, it seems that less than half currently have access to these benefits, highlighting a significant opportunity to improve equality, equity and ensure more widespread community engagement and advantage from regional development initiatives. And there are significant challenges in enabling sustainable development to happen with a focus on working mainly with community development councils, community councils and development trusts. with many third sector charities, environmental organisations and cultural heritage and tourism organisations delivering strategically important initiatives not at all engaged in current distribution of community benefit funds. And we visualised how these factors intersect across different regions, revealing opportunities and gaps. Tain and Easter Ross, for example, face some of the highest deprived areas in levels in Scotland. Despite renewable development potential, local community development trusts have struggled. Notably, the Development Trust in Tain had to close last year due to lack of funding. This really highlights the urgent need for targeted support and strategic planning to ensure benefits reach vulnerable communities. Loch Ness, a global icon with 1.6 million visitors annually, making it one of Scotland's top tourist attractions. Rich in natural beauty, cultural heritage and existing renewable infrastructure. Many consented and planned renewable projects representing a significant opportunity to position Loch Ness as a pioneering model of sustainable tourism and energy transition on a global stage. Other issues our community consultation work highlighted to consider in planning for future sustainable development. Millions of pounds of investment required for building and repairing our path networks. 30 museums across the Highlands needing an investment of around £150,000 to £200,000 annually. Coulterland, the new Gaelic centre in Inverness, struggling to finance the building development. Eden Court Theatre been at the heart of the community for 50 years, needing a significant programme of capital investment. A significant charity sector playing a vital role in supporting communities and meeting local needs, but often not involved in the strategic use of community benefit funds. Our peatlands are among the region's most precious natural assets and one of the most effective carbon sinks on Earth. And the Flow Country alone stores more than twice as much carbon as all the UK's forests combined, yet in the region of 70% of our peatland is badly degraded, emitting carbon. One of Highland CIC's youngest ambassadors is Innes Morgan from Caithness, currently studying politics at Cambridge University. This is a message from Innes.
I think growing up in the Highlands has, and probably always will be, one of the greatest privileges of my life. Our fantastic people, our wonderful landscapes, our culture, our heritage, it all speaks for itself, and it all markets itself. I definitely think it would be true to say there is a perception in the Highlands that people like me, young people, can't stay here, that there's no opportunities. And that's true to some extent. But what there's definitely not a lack of is a lack of potential opportunities. We've got all of these great sectors for growth, and the real question is, how do we untap those potential opportunities? You know, everything we do here is reliant on the environment. It relies on that synergy between people and environment. So climate action is actually an investment in our long-term future. This is our home. This is our livelihoods. This is our future, my generation's future. So let's protect it.
Many thanks go to Local Energy Scotland for the opportunity to share the work of Highland CIC and the way in which we're working in partnership with Highland Renewables at the All Energy Conference last week, at which an important question was raised. How do community benefit funds come together with public sector funds. Together with continued support of renewable developers and in partnership with Local Energy Scotland and public sector stakeholders, we look forward to taking this critical thinking forward to ensure the hundreds of millions of pounds of community benefit funds are committed to ensuring a sustainable and balanced future for the Highlands. We look forward to working with HIE, the Highland Council, in collaboration that will enable the vision, and with Local Energy Scotland to realise the benefits of the pipeline of shared ownership projects and an investment strategy. Once again, sincere thanks to our main sponsor and premier partners for recognising the importance of this work and for their support in enabling this mapping exercise. Their commitment is helping the Community Interest Company understand the true impact that the Green Revolution can have in the Highlands. Some of the projects and initiatives we've been working on together with our sponsors include a range of the following and the corresponding Sustainable Development Goals. Embracing renewable development. The world's first marriage of tourism and renewables. Brand Highlands, how we can inspire a better world. The Highlands Renewables Network. This has given up the ghost. A drive to target conscious travellers, reversing the current unsustainable model for doing tourism. A push for a visitor levy, a powerful and meaningful tool that drives sustainable destination development in the Highlands. A Legacy Leaders project being championed by SSENT and Tomatin Distillery together with Innes Morgan. Highland CIC board member Maggie Cunningham, part of the Highland Council Poverty and Wellbeing Commission, an example of how a strategic fund could be pivotal in supporting some key findings from this. A partnership with Powering Futures, which aims to ensure our young people in the Highlands have access to good jobs. It's really challenging me, this thing. An exciting peatland promise initiative with the support of Angus Davidson of ADL Nature. We've been working in strategic partnership with Nature Scot to create a high-integrity peatland restoration initiative which aims to create market-ready investment potential. We believe at a time of transformational change, we need some transformational thinking, sustainable planning, prioritise action and investment. And we are using the basis of Highland Renewables and the 11 developers, sponsors we have, to work together to develop a transformational think tank aiming to work with community leaders and public sector partners to agree priorities and an investment strategy that will enable the vision. With some additional investment in the mapping work we've carried out, we can create the Highlands Sustainable Development Goals with priorities that will deliver specific outcomes, results and impacts. We hope we can collectively produce a partnership plan similar to the approach taken in the Cairngorms National Park, which has successfully bound over 100 organisations involving public and private sector, community and business leaders. And we hope we can move forward to a strategic community benefit aligned to the vision, with a focus on collaboration with the public sector, aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals, an investment strategy, whether it's housing, skills, tourism, poverty, infrastructure, investment, together with vision, ambition and collaboration, we can take advantage of this once-in-a-generation opportunity for the Highlands. There is something going to play here in a sec. It's okay. I'll just leave it. Something. Following a very successful first Tourism and Renewables Conference in May 2024, I'm delighted to announce that we will be returning on the 26th and 27th of November here at the King's Mills Hotel for the Highland Summit. This year, our focus is on sustainable global impact, and we aim to showcase what we can achieve when we unite around a common goal and purpose. Imagine a future where every one of us in this room pledges support, where collaboration, innovation and bold ideas come together to elevate the Highlands onto the global stage. Together, we've already broken down barriers, sparked new visions. Now let's take this moment to turn ambition into action. The Highlands are not just a place of natural beauty. They're becoming a beacon of hope, innovation and positive change. We look forward to hearing from you, working with you and building a future we can all be proud of.
Yvonne, thank you very much indeed. As many of you know, I'm also a Highland CIC Director, and we've been on quite a journey over the past 4 years. I'd like to echo Yvonne's proposal for stakeholders to get in touch, to be part of the conversation and part of the vision as far as our look, as far as the Highlands is concerned, relative to the renewables industry. A community ambition. Understand the scale of the development and impact on the community deserves a regional and more strategic discussion. Thank you very much. And now for the next session, we're going to on to a keynote panel on green skills and education, sponsored by Statkraft. I'd like to invite our next host, Amy Wiggins. Amy, hi. Sector Manager, Energy Transition Skills and Development Scotland, up to the stage to host this panel. Along with the panellists, will you introduce them?
I will.
You will introduce them. Very good. Okay, Amy, over to yourself. And you are also doing the second session too, with the young people.
Yes.
We have two now. I don't know who it was. Okay, Amy, over to you, my dear.
Okay, thank you. So if I can invite up Scott Gilbert from Statkraft, Pam Reid from Esgen, Stephen Sheridan from UHI, and Morven Fancy from Highlands and Islands Enterprises.
Thank you.
Does everyone have enough room? Lovely. Okay. Thank you very much. So today we're talking about building a local workforce for their energy transition. Looking around the room, I can see lots of faces that have been involved in Workforce North. That's a project that's underway at the moment. We had a summit last month where we were looking at the workforce needs that very much linked to the stats that we got earlier from Martin, so I won't go through those again. But I think what's really important is that we have a really good understanding of okay, this is the scale of what is potentially coming. What do we need to do to make sure that workforce is ready? So we'll be talking about that today. Behind the scenes of Workforce North, I was lucky enough to speak to Statkraft when we were trying to get a bit more of the nitty-gritty of what is needed for the future workforce. And I cannot explain how excited I was. It was a bit pathetic, really, how excited I was when I saw the report on the mapping for your hydro project. It really is the level of detail that we really need to be able to understand what those skills needs are going forward. So yes, we will be talking about that. Hopefully the slides are going to work and you'll be able to see some of that too.
Yeah, that's the bad news, I've got slides.
But I shall pass you over to our panel. I'll just ask everyone to introduce themselves and then just give a little bit of an overview as to what we're going to be covering today. And then I've got a question or two for each of the panel members after that. So Scott, pass over to you.
Thank you, Amy, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Representing Statkraft, who are an owner-operator of renewable technologies across 22 countries, with around 21 gigawatts of installed capacity and around 70 terawatt hours of production, and we're the largest producer of renewable power in Europe. We were new to the construction in the Highlands of an asset of this scale and duration when we purchased our Lochnacarach pumped storage hydro project. We were aware that it would be one of the first delivered. So we have a responsibility and a wish to lead by example and collaborate with our communities, with fellow developers and other key stakeholders. We needed to understand the facts about workforce capacity and capabilities in this region, as it is vital to the project. So we commissioned the skills report in conjunction with UHI and EcosGen. Personally, I'm really passionate about this. I was born in Inverness. I grew up in Aviemore. And like Peter mentioned earlier, Peter MacDonald, I moved away to the south for education and work for 10 years before coming back north home. And now it's clear that people don't need to do that to find work. The opportunities are here and now. I look forward to speaking with the rest of the panel on this today. Thank you.
Okay. Pam?
Yes, first of all, is there a clicker, even though it doesn't actually appear to work all that well? Is it up there? Thank you.
There we go.
Could I just get the first slide up? But thanks very much, and thanks for the invitation today. My name is Pam Reid from EcosGen. However, we are making not an energy transition, but a transition to a new company called GC Insight. So if you're looking for me on the internet or looking for contact details, I'm kind of between EcosGen and GC Insight. So we were asked to undertake this piece of work with UHI and Statkraft to look at what the skills needs, the skills requirements are and will be during the construction phase of the project at Loch Ness. So, there we go. What we found was that during the construction phase, which is really just round the corner, there's going to be a need for at least 500 people to be working on site during that construction phase. So a creation of over 500 jobs. And sitting alongside that, another, well, it's over 100, I think its current projection is 126 jobs on the admin and management side. So we're looking at, nigh on 600, 650 new jobs just with this one project. And I should say that I led the work that Martin from High introduced earlier, the regional transformational opportunities. So I have, this work that we did here was set within the context of that much wider work. It's clear that there aren't the people with the skills at the moment in the numbers that are required, not just for this project, but for that wider piece of work and that wider sort of pipeline of projects that are coming through here. There's going to be a bottleneck, if you like. Enrolments in the right kind of courses locally and regionally. There aren't enough enrolments, there aren't enough students and skilled people coming through. There's going to be competition for this project, for the Statkraft project, and across the region for those skills. The employment in the renewable sector generally, there is not enough skills, there aren't enough people coming into the green sector regionally, and I think that picture's sort of nationally as well. So there's not going to be the people to build and to move into the operation and the maintenance locally, regionally, in the scale that we need. Somebody earlier on talked about, and I don't want to go into all of the suggestions and the recommendations and so forth, that could be part of the conversation, but somebody asked about the oil and gas sector and could we pivot and repurpose skills from oil and gas. And in this work and in wider work, we've looked at that. But oil and gas, as you know, it pays very well, so there's a competition there in terms of terms and conditions. It's also such an international sector that people can choose to go and work elsewhere if there aren't so many jobs here. So there's a competition in that way as well. So, just really some food for thought on the risks. This is a transformational project. We've heard that. You know, we know that this is a transformational project. There are other transformational projects coming through. If we don't have the skills, then there are risks in terms of delays in the development. There are risks in terms of workers being imported from elsewhere. That will mean a loss of sustainable benefits for the project and the communities that we've been hearing about, you know, the need for communities and for local people to benefit from these opportunities. So there'll be a loss of sustainable benefits in the region. Employment, skills, career, those opportunities will be lost for local people, for people who live here, who want to stay here, who don't necessarily want to have to leave for their education and for their career development. So that will be lost if we don't make sure there are the opportunities for them to develop those skills here and to work. And there'll obviously be an outflow of wages and salary. If you import workers, a lot of their money will go elsewhere. So you won't have that kind of money coming into the economy. There'll be lost opportunities for the regional educational providers. There's opportunities here for new courses, for delivering courses in innovative ways, for increasing the number of people coming through. But if we don't try to develop that regional workforce, those opportunities will go elsewhere. There'll be a limited legacy of this development and of other developments in the region. And then one of the big questions, and I think it's been a thread running through today, a loss of investment in local infrastructure. And there we're talking about housing, in supporting community amenities, in transport. So really, the risk of not developing that workforce regionally has got economic, social, and obviously community risks attached to it. So, and this is just a link to our report and also a little bit of media coverage that our report has got from I think that was the Herald, yeah, but a little bit of media coverage. So some food for thought there. And if anybody wants to grab me after in the networking to discuss the report in more detail, I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. And I think it's worth saying, although this report is looking at one particular project, the findings are so relevant for any organisation in the Highlands and Islands looking at energy. So I would really recommend it's open for anyone to download. If you Google StatCraft mapping workforce skills, I find that always gets me to the right place. So I would recommend, if you haven't read it, take a look. So thank you very much, and I'll pass on to Stephen Sheridan.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all. My name is Stephen Sheridan, and really delighted to be here in my new role with UHI as Director of Economic Development and Advancement. For those of you not familiar with UHI, we're a tertiary institution. We're the only one in Scotland and one of a few in Europe. And by that, I mean we offer everything from school pathways, further education, higher education, right up to PhDs. So we're really well placed to meet the needs of the economy. I suppose I'll start by saying, why does this matter to us? Why we were part of this partnership? Economic development and growth is really, really important to UHI, and it's actually the reason we're set up. There's probably people in this room who've been around a while, particularly from High. The reason UHI was established was to have a transformational impact on the region, on its people and its communities and its business, and actually in many ways reverse certainly the youth migration and the migration of people in the region as well. So certainly following kind of on the footsteps of what was set up from High and other stakeholders as well. That's clearly been a bold ambition. We've had some success, but I think where we're at just now, clearly it feels the right time to really take that to the next stage as well. We're delighted, as I said, to be involved in this project. I'm with Statkraft and EcoSgen in terms of what is a really ambitious project. And I think what's of interest to us is the commitment about actually creating that legacy around jobs and skills for the kind of local communities well past the lifespan of the construction, well into the operations, but the wider benefits as well. As Amy mentioned, I think, this report actually reads across to other hydro schemes, but it actually reads across to basically the energy opportunity across the piece as well. I think it describes the challenge we've got around people, about skills and about capacity, particularly in the construction sector as well. And it's been a real kind of catalyst, I think, for our thinking. This work kind of came slightly ahead of the RTO work, although you were doing both at the same time. It was released before, and then the Workforce North, led by STS and kind of partnership behind UHI and others as well. But this was the first time we had that proper evidence at a more granular level. They let us try and understand, I think, as a provider, how we can plan and work for the occupations. And actually, even what is now a kind of understood narrative about construction first in the bulk, but then leaving that kind of legacy of operations, we could evidence that, we could look at the occupations, we could realise that actually they're wider than just energy opportunities. So out of the 500, there's 120 plus kind of supervisory management and administration roles as well. So it's been a real catalyst. I'd like to say we're hopefully, as I said, we're well placed, and hopefully you can see we've made some steps as UHI, I think, to meet the opportunity that the region has been presented with, particularly around energy, but we've got a long way to go. But we've been successful, I think, in some of our partnerships. So the Statkraft partnership we have just now, that involves bursaries, scholarships, and it's a kind of developing process in terms of what we'll do next as we get nearer through the stages of the project as well. You'll see Carrie Higgins is here from UHI Inverness, my colleague. They've done some great work recently trying to respond to modernise and use technology in terms of provision. So they've got a new renewable energies training hub, and that was supported by kind of providers, but also like local contractors like Crudence as well. They announced their new Sustainable Construction Centre, supported by community benefit funds through SSC, delivery of the Seeker Academy, which is providing that pipeline for people, in support with many of our construction companies kind of regionally as well. UHI, I think, we're early adopters in many ways of trying to bring some of the partners together. So we had the UHI STEM project supported by many of the wind farms and offshore companies here today as well, which has been hugely successful. And we're now in our third year as well. And just finally, a range of other activities trying to promote people coming into the sector with the likes of RES, kind of BT, Swan, and even things like working with Kishon Port around sponsoring our kind of local UHI Shinty team. So lots of partnerships, really trying to promote where we're going to meet this need and wider need as well, but acknowledging we've still got plenty to do.
Thank you very much. Lots going on, lots coming up. That's great. And last but definitely not least, Morven. Thank you.
You want your clicker? You're right.
Can you agree?
Do you just use that?
Want to try again? That's me. Okay, thanks. Hi everybody. Morven Fancy from Highlands and Islands Enterprise. I head up the housing, skills and population team, such as it is. It's very small. And I've been working for Highlands and Islands Enterprise for over 30 years in a variety of different roles and capacity. I'm really pleased to be here today to join this particular panel. This conference is not new to me. I've been coming for a number of years now. Some thoughts from me, from my position, how I look on at the skills challenges across this energy revolution. Really welcome the Statkraft approach. I think it helps to dig right down into the specifics of a particular project, but it's sobering to think that it's one of a number of these types of projects, not least of which is what my director this morning was presenting in terms of across the whole piece. I think when I was here last year, I tried to add up what we thought were the total number of potential jobs covered in the next 15 years or so, and we were well above 25,000. So we've got a big challenge. Sometimes it feels a little bit overwhelming in terms of what's ahead of us, but and I think the research is important because it does give confidence, and there's a lot of talk this morning about confidence and understanding the information that we need in order to respond so that we can make the right kind of policy and funding decisions. But it can also be confusing because sometimes there's just so much of it. So from my perspective, what I'm seeing is, and I'm involved in lots of discussions both at the national level and at the regional level and often at local level. I'm also represent High in groups, national groups and regional groups. And I read a lot of the reports that are coming out and the information that's been presented to us. So I'm seeing roughly about 5 different approaches that have been happening over the last 3 years or so. So for starters, you've got, number one, the Statcraft approach that we just heard about today, which is project by project, understanding, digging into the information to understand what is required. So you can take that view, and we could have 250 project analysis of understanding what is needed, and then try and aggregate that to see what it tells us. But I think it's really important, particularly for the organisation involved, to get a real understanding of its project requirements in its own proximity. Secondly, what we're seeing is a kind of sectoral approach. So I sit on a Scottish Government and Scottish Renewables-led offshore wind skills short life working group. It's quite a lengthy title. And we're working on a kind of 6-month plan to come up with a business case to support the offshore wind sector in itself. Now, in these conversations, we know that it's difficult to do something in isolation, but it is a sectoral approach. And there's some value in that in terms of the learning and how you respond to it. And there's certainly value in that from a sort of government policy response perspective. A third approach is the sort of individual company approach. So we've seen at one end of the scale, SSEN launched its workforce resilience strategy last December, which talked about its own organisation, how it is going to scale up from something like 1,700 to 4,000 people over the next 10 years or so, or actually less than that. I think it's to 2030. So they're a big organisation. They will be able to look out for who they need, how they need to do that, how they're going to invest in their own people, do their own training development programmes. But there's also lots of individual companies, a lot of much smaller companies who are not in the same position as SSEN, 20 employees, 50 employees, etc. So when I speak to some of these companies, they're telling me that they are looking at paying more, they're looking at improving the attractiveness of their particular role, looking at perks and how they can attract people, but also they're looking at it to support some apprenticeships and embark in that wider sort of skills pipeline. So that's a kind of third approach. And there's 5 altogether. The fourth approach I would mention is the regional approach, and I don't know how many of you managed to attend the Workforce North Summit back at the beginning of April. And that, of course, takes a wider look at the whole of the region, which, let's face it, if we're including the Highlands and Islands, we're talking about nearly 500,000 people, 7 local authorities, and a vast geographical distance to be covered in that. So it's quite difficult to do regional, but it doesn't mean it's not a good thing to do. So through that Workforce North approach, we're looking at how to invest in communities and schools as a theme. Second theme that came out of the action there was investing in the workforce. And the third theme was about people attraction. How do we work together regionally to do that attraction piece? So there's a regional approach that's running alongside all these other approaches as well. And I guess the final approach is a bit really where what Stephen's been talking about, which is a kind of supply approach. These are the courses we've got on offer. We're going to increase the amount of provision we've got. We're going to respond to the Statcraft report. We're going to respond to what these different skills are outlined in the offshore wind breakdown of 85 different types of jobs. So I think my point I'm trying to make, and I'll stop in a minute, Amy, sorry, you'll be giving me a dirty look soon, is that lots of these things are actually happening now, and we've got lots of information sitting in there. So when I was first at this event 4 years ago, and we talked a lot about the what ifs, is this going to actually happen? Right here, we're in it now, and we've got this information. Now, it's not perfect in any one of these approaches, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. it's good enough, I think, for us to then look and think about what do we do in terms of trying to address this workforce requirement so that we can get all the benefits that have been talked about here and that has been talked about in the earlier presentation as well. So some thoughts on that, the difficult bit, not the what, but who and how we're going to do it. And maybe we'll get to that in the next half hour or so.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I totally agree. When I first saw the figures as to what the future workforce might need to look like, overwhelming is definitely one of the words I would use to describe that. But that's why we're here today, to look at how we're going to address that. So with that in mind, Stephen, you're going to get the first question. So this report reflects what we've heard before, that education providers need more certainty and more visibility to be able to plan. We know that it does take time to get courses ready, so it's trying to make sure everything happens at the right time, and the opportunity is now. So what needs to happen to ensure that UHI and skills agencies can develop the right courses for the right jobs at the right time?
Okay, thanks. Well, I think we need to act now. I think there's an urgency around it, given where we're at. The timescales, we used to talk about 26, 27. It did seem a while away, but it's rapidly coming around the corner, so we need to act now. I think there's a shared understanding through all the work we've done that we need kind of more pathways, more apprenticeships, more technical and professional training right across the board as well. So there's probably three things that need to happen. I think the first one is certainly for kind of UHI to intensify its work with employers. I think individually, and we've got some good examples of that, as hopefully I've shared, but I think collectively as well. I think it came out from kind of earlier speaker as well, and from the recommendations of this report about actually, for example, working across the hydro projects. Do we work in the clusters as per the kind of high research? Do we work regionally? But certainly, I think given the time and the urgency, working collectively with employers would really work for UHI. And I think it's a shared challenge. So, we're not just recruiting for our project, we're trying to build a career, and that's selling the sectors across employers, I think, is a big part in trying to attract people into the roles we need. I think number two, I think we need to improve our engagement with a future workforce. And given the number of jobs, that's not just school leavers, that's graduates, career changers, and those not in work as well. I think, all the data and intelligence we have is great, but actually, unless you've got effectively bums on seats in training courses, you'll never have that pipeline of people as well. So we can plan as well as we can, and we can be right in terms of what we do for provision, but we still need to get the people and the interest there as well. And I think that's why the pipeline work is really, really important. I think the communication around that should be more about the positive outcomes and the pathways rather than about it being a qualification. I think the Seeker Scotland Academy is quite a good example of that. So it's a college to work pathway. They sell it as a route to work. It's not come to UHI Inverness and study an MPA. There's an output of it. I think the graduate apprenticeships are the same. Come and work with Balfour Beatty and achieve this qualification and have an enter your career rather than do a degree. So I think these are the types of things that we're doing and we'd like to have more of. And finally, and I can now say that because I don't work for a government agency, we definitely need more government and kind of private sector support because we're in it's a different place, I think, in terms of education. So you can see what's happening with the public purse. We're lost funding through changes, Brexit, for example, where a lot of money came into the education sector. I think it's not about just looking for new money, it's definitely about flexing, about doing things differently. I do think, personally, some of the skills that we're talking about will never be replicated in the college environment, so it has to be managed in the workplace. So back to that partnership with employers, it's really critical that actually things are designed, both economically, but also with employers, so it's genuinely future-proof. But that does require a bit of support. I think, we're all in agreement that all this activity is here, and the centre of the universe when it comes to energy is the Highlands and Islands. I think there is a wee bit of work still to be done kind of nationally, UK-wide, on that. I think we're getting there. As we're talking about Chris Stark and others, it's been really, really positive. But I think there's probably more lobbying to be done in terms of actually translating that interest and recognition into actually direct support for us as a region.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So we've heard a lot about the numbers. My next question is for Scott. Are these opportunities real?
Thank you. That's a good question. But the answer is yes.
Good.
The report has highlighted this gap, this number of jobs required for Loch na Carrach, and that there is insufficient supply for that demand currently. Our project is consented, and we're working through the government support scheme, making ready to take investment decision during next year, and targeting a site start in middle of 2026. So we have live tenders for the construction packages for civil, electrical, mechanical, and hydraulic steelwork, and these contracts in the value of hundreds of millions of pounds each. Once selected, those joint venture contractors will be introduced to our supply chain, the local supply chain. We'll ensure that real access is achieved. We've already shared our current database through our website and through community engagement last year of interested suppliers of all kinds, from regional contractors that we see round about us through to accommodation providers and single employee companies. We've mentioned earlier, we faced this challenge of young people having to leave the area for both education and work in the past, myself included. That's changed over a generation where my son has got an apprenticeship up here now from leaving school with SSE. Starts later in the summer. So that's a real opportunity that's come out of the upcoming boom of economic activity in the region. So it's a start. Pam mentioned a lot of risks, which I think is absolutely fair and valid, and we've studied that. But with risk comes opportunity, and these are high-quality jobs with long-term prospects. And importantly, this next few decades of economic activity will mean that people can come in at educated level, at school level, and have real prospects of transferring up a hierarchical chain, which leads to better prosperity for the region. And also the skills, particularly for pump storage hydro, a lot of that activity is civil engineering and electrical mechanical engineering. And those are hugely transferable skills across a number of industries. So we're not just creating something ultimately very specialised, it has a wide-ranging benefit, and that leads to legacy. So that's our approach. So yes, the jobs.
Perfect, thank you very much. I think you'll enjoy the next panel because we've got a couple of apprentices on that. So yeah, we'll be hearing firsthand what it's like being an apprentice. Thank you very much. So the next question is for Morvin. The report highlights that developers cannot solely be responsible for skills planning. So what does the ownership of this challenge look like for the Highlands, and who needs to lead it?
One of the kind of key questions, which I'm not necessarily got a direct answer for, but I think the time is right for definitely asking that. As I say, I'm involved in lots of different discussions, and it does feel a little bit like we've got all this information and we're all kind of dancing around about it and saying, okay, well, whose job is it to solve this? Who's going to take a lead on this aspect? Who's going to take a lead on the campaign that's going to spread the word to the rest of the UK or even internationally about the jobs and the opportunities here? And, you know, we don't have answers to that. And I think one of the key things that's probably worth saying with any other public sector colleagues that are in the room, you know, times are tough at the moment. So there's not... I think if this was 10 years ago, we'd been in a very different position in terms of what the public sector could do and step forward and lead from going forward. So we are in a very difficult and challenging situation, in the same way as the university and college sector is as well. So times are difficult across the public sector. It sounds like a sob story. I don't mean it. It's a reality check on who and what the response to this could be. And in some ways, we're maybe not yet asking some of the difficult questions. And I wondered about whether or not the audience would be prepared to participate in a poll. A couple of questions I'd like to just ask you, just in terms of that. So, talking about a publicity campaign, a serious campaign that says 20-odd thousand jobs in the Highlands and Islands at the heart of the revolution of the energy system across the UK, and get that message out. Now, I know that if you were doing that in 2 or 3 countries over a 6-week period on a platform of advertising, campaigning, could cost you £250,000. If you want to do that really big scale in a way that we want to attract people and interest to the area, it's going to cost multi-million pounds of funding. So, question to the businesses and developers in the audience, is it considered? Would you consider even putting funding towards that kind of campaign? if we were to try and gather together a kind of a campaign fund. And so I think some of these are the questions that we're asking. So I'm genuinely asking that question. Hands up for any of the businesses that think they might consider it. Don't worry, we're not photographing you all and we won't hold you to it. But would you genuinely consider putting money together into a fund, potentially commensurate to the size of business you are? Is that something that people would consider? Got one hand over there, thank you. A few, yeah, coming up. Okay, so there's some interest, but in order to really optimise that, we'd need quite a strong interest. And the same question in terms of, we talk a lot about collaboration, we talk a lot about getting the businesses together and this, what do we call it?
Co-opetition.
Co-opetition, I can't get my head around that word. How real is that? I mean, how many of you as businesses are actually sitting down with your competitors or your similar businesses that are doing what you're doing and genuinely getting around the table, comparing notes and working up combined approaches? I'm not hearing of many, but any hands up for that one? We've got a few. We've got a few again. Okay, so I mean, these are just some of the kind of, and I think a third question, since I've got you all a bit mobilised, a third question would be thinking about the UHI or the other training providers and the colleges in the region. They are struggling to get the funding that's required to deliver to the scale you want to deliver, and the whole of the Scottish university and college sector is struggling with that. So again, and I think there are some examples, Stephen, already where we know that businesses are sponsoring apprentices and actually doing some really good work that way. But again, how many more of you would be prepared to do that, to try and make sure that the provision that we have in the region meets with your needs? Any hands up for that? Yeah, got a few again. Quite a few of the same ones each time, so I think we might pounce on you at the end of the day. Forgive me for doing that, but it's just that we are in a position where we're thinking there's limitations to what the public sector can do to step in and try and address these challenges. We do need to work with the private sector. When you look at the Workforce North Action Plan, in amongst it, there's a range of employers' requirements, there's a range of public. One of the things we definitely need, and I will finish on this, is a serious coordination of activity. And that's been a struggle, and that's a struggle because of that point I made about public sector really being quite stretched at the moment. So I think the comment made earlier about the Edinburgh-based Lothian project, where the funders funded a kind of project manager, that was on a very localised basis. Now again, there's the issue about what's local, what's community, and what's actually regional, but there definitely needs to be a greater amount of capacity involved in that coordinating role, and it's not happening naturally. We're going to do our best in response to the RTO work to make sure that that response is there, but we do need to get everybody working together and find a way of creating that.
Thank you very much. I hadn't heard the word co-opetition before today, but I did think, actually, I saw a very good example of it when we were doing the work behind Workforce North. Peter MacDonald spoke earlier, and you'd obviously been working really closely together with Statcraft as well. So it's really refreshing, because sometimes it can be quite tricky looking at skills and you know, someone's doing something else, and it is quite hard to put it together. But yeah, there's strength in the region, I think, there. So keep up the good work, I would say. So last question before the final question for you all. So this one's for Pam. Obviously, you've been very involved in lots of the stats that have gone behind both this and the recent High report as well. Is there a role for better data sharing around workforce planning across sectors, so that we're more proactive as a region?
Thank you for that question. There's a peril in going last, because what everybody else has said is partly what I was going to hopefully wrap up into what I was going to say, including the word co-opetition, which we use in the report. I think there is a real need to share the data and the information. There's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of data out there. I think there is a need, though, to use what we've got, and to somehow de-risk the use of that data, to say, okay, it's not perfect and it is perhaps sitting in some different places, but how can we actually confidently just say we are going to use this data in order to plan, in order to have the confidence? And I mean the plan and the confidence from developers to employers in the supply chain to the training and education providers, and to the potential entrants into the sector, be that from schools, from colleges, career changers, people coming back into the workforce who are attracted by the opportunities. So I think I see a need for that wider. I was going to talk about collaboration and not competition and co-opetition, but that's been done. There is a good example actually of employers sharing recruitment into or for similar skills, where an employer who has, perhaps advertised for some jobs I can see people smiling. I don't know if it's because you know of this, but who've advertised jobs, they've got their applicants, they've got their shortlist, they've filled their posts, but there are still skilled people who are sitting there who applied but weren't successful. Maybe they didn't have quite the right mix of skills. And that being passed on, that cohort being passed on to other employers, so that we're not starting again with a whole new recruitment process, and that those people who are applying for the jobs have a very positive experience. It's not kind of, they might not get that job, but they're being passed on. So I think that's really worth thinking about. And I did talk about, and we have talked about, the sequencing and the timing and the use of data and when will the jobs come on stream. I mean, at the moment in our report, this report, but also the regional transformational report, we have a kind of timeline of when's going to be the peak of the jobs. We know that over time that's going to flatten because things will change, things will get stuck in planning, or for all sorts of reasons things will change. That will flatten. But I think what we need is perhaps some kind of bridging system or some kind of system where if UHI trains and develops through short courses, through micro-credentials, through modern apprenticeship, through all sorts of different routes, that there is some kind of bridging, that person coming through is guaranteed of some kind of positive destination when they come out. It might not be their permanent job, it might, but it's a positive destination. So if those jobs don't come on stream exactly when they come through, they're into a positive destination. Because if they're not, they'll move to another part of the country, they'll maybe go into another sector, they'll become disenfranchised. So I would kind of advocate for a kind of whole sector approach, not an employer by employer approach. And I think Stephen's point, which I don't think we can say often enough, is we're not talking about jobs here, we're talking about careers. We're talking about careers for many, many decades for the people who can enter that sector or work in this whole kind of pipeline of projects now. So if we can train them, develop them, keep them, attract them into the Highlands and Islands, they have got a career. It's not a short-term opportunity for them. So, I've not really talked about data sharing, but I've talked about sharing, and I think data and information sits at the heart of that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well done, everyone. Sticking to time. I'm very pleased. So what we've heard today, although at first the scale can be quite overwhelming, it's important that we act now. We can achieve what is needed to be achieved, but we need to work collaboratively and in partnership with each other. So I have one last question for you all. You have about 30 seconds each to answer it. My magic wand question's already been stolen. So let's say I've got a genie in a lamp. You get one wish each. Martin, what would it? Well, sorry, Scott, what would it be?
Something that we struggled with a little bit moving up into the Highlands to start this project was a good comprehensive directory or established business network. So having that, and you touched on data, so it's really important to understand what the local provisions are and availabilities and capacities. And that's come over time, but it's taken a long, long road to get to that point of understanding. So for us thinking about doing this in other regions, that'd be something we would translate to there. But also thinking about our large-scale contractors coming into the region, being able to give them both our database, but also a slightly wider one, would be hugely powerful, and it creates a great linkage to opportunities.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yep, Pam.
Well, I mentioned de-risking, and I would certainly de-risk that investment in skills for everybody in order that you can grow the regional talent pool. I would like to think that we could widen my magic wand or my genie in the bottle, or whatever it is, to widen the recruitment pool, so to really think about the different groups in the population who could benefit from coming into this sector, and really having that vocational career be what I would call a sort of aspirations map, that is something to actually aspire to and to invest in. So yeah, that would be kind of about 3 wishes, and the good weather to continue, but I guess that doesn't count.
We need the water.
We need the water, okay. Oh yeah, okay. I want it to rain.
Stephen?
Mine's related to families, actually. So I think significantly increasing the pathways from school into employment, so the great work that happens already, I think, in some of the schools and UHI and other providers about kind of pathways in, I think particularly around construction and engineering. I think a lot of what we need to shift is the kind of view for young people to succeed is leaving the area, going to university. Now I work for a university and that's a very admirable kind of pathway in, but there's other routes as well, and certainly UHI can offer that, as can other good providers. So I think pathways going in would be great, and I think there's institutionally there's issues around that, the way schools are measured, etc. But if we had more opportunities leading to jobs in schools, then I think we'd keep more of our young talent. I think what's really positive, and I think Highland Council is a good example of that, and many people in the room as well. So I think that's a kind of shared view, and there's a lot of kind of thoughts and discussions and activity on that to hopefully expand about just now.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Morven?
Yes, so I think we know a lot of the what. We've got action plans coming out of our ears. I would love, if we had the special magic wand, a crack team of people that aren't trying to do 6 other jobs at the same time to drive forward these actions and actually make this stuff happen at a regional level with authority and responsibility to engage with businesses, public sector, everybody, to get everybody just moving on this. That is missing at the moment. And since I've got the mic, my population is in my job title is really important. We really want the young population in the Highlands and Islands right now to benefit from all of this. We have about 472,000 people in the Highlands and Islands, not that I've counted them all recently, but over the next 20 years, we want to reach that 500,000. So we need to get people here, keep people here, and really grow that population as well. Sorry.
Brilliant. No, that's absolutely fine. Thank you very much. And if we can just show our thanks to a fantastic panel. So we've got our last panel now. So if I can invite Kira Wright from AES Solar and Caitlin Duguid from Aurora Energy. Perfect, thank you. Brilliant, hello. Yeah. Thank you both very much. Arguably, I think this is probably the most important panel of the day, because we're not going to reach any of this without our future workforce. And here are some of them. So thank you very much for taking time out your busy days to be with us today. It's much appreciated. So if I could just ask you both to introduce yourselves, tell us a bit about what your jobs are, how you got there, and then I'll ask you a few questions, but we'll open it up to the floor as well. But be kind. Okay, Kira.
Hi, everyone. My name's Kira. I work with my company AES Solar based in Forres. I've been working with the company almost 4 years now. I came into the company originally as it was advertised as a graduate apprenticeship. This very much attracted me to the role. I myself, living in Moray, felt that it was best for myself to be working within the local area. I didn't particularly want to move away. I was very prepared and had a space set to go to the University of Aberdeen. Had everything arranged and ready to go. I felt like it was what I needed to do to further my career and get to the places that I wanted to be. When I decided that engineering was the career choice that I wanted to go ahead with. But luckily, AES Solar presented this opportunity for a graduate apprenticeship. and I've never looked back. Managed to stay local to where I wanted to be, and still being provided with the same opportunities as I would have if I would have gone to university. Currently, I am studying at the very, very end now of my degree with Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, and it's just worked out so much better for me than heading off to university in a traditional way.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And Caitlin.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm Caitlin Duckett. So currently I'm a mechanical and inspection technician at a local business, Aurora Energy Services. We do quite a lot of different stuff, which is good for me. I love to have my fingers in as many different pies as I can get them into. So I've been really lucky to get to work on some hydrodam stuff and some support services for SSE and a range of other interesting projects. Interestingly, I think given some of the stuff we've been talking about, I actually started my career in oil and gas services with a modern apprenticeship. Also at a different service company where I got to do a lot of different things and build a skill set that I definitely still draw from today. So yeah,
that's really
let
good.
you get started.
Thank you. Did you always know that you wanted to do an apprenticeship?
No, actually, it's something that wasn't really in my life plan. When I was at school, I think, and this may have changed, that a lot of people kind of viewed STEM and engineering and stuff as it was kind of like the responsible choice. It wasn't necessarily something you wanted to do. It was something you did because, you know, you were kind of guaranteed a decent career, which for me is really interesting because I really wanted to be creative, and I sort of tried a few different things, and a family friend recommended to me that I should go for an apprenticeship, and I was like, okay, well, I'll kind of see how I go, see if I like it. And for me, I found that I loved it, and that it's really rewarding, and it allows you to be creative in a different way, which when I was growing up wasn't something that people put forward in regards to engineering.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how I fell into it.
That's brilliant. Now, I think it's so important because when you think about creative careers, engineering isn't something that it will naturally come to mind, is it? But you have to be really creative to be able to problem solve, don't you? So no, that's great. Thinking about, so for both of you, apprenticeships wasn't something that you were like, yeah, this is definitely what I want to do. What do you think schools or companies can do more of to raise awareness of the apprenticeship schemes and how good they can be?
Yeah, I would definitely say it comes down to education and starting at the source in schools. Graduate apprenticeships in particular that I'm doing now, it wasn't something that was necessarily highly spoken about within my high school. It was always apprenticeships, traditional apprenticeships, and university. University's always been the big push to get the skill set that's going to be applicable for your career. I really do think that having more conversations about it from a younger age would convince children and give them a better understanding of the different choices and careers that they can take. For example, I personally like to go around schools. I'm the company's STEM ambassador. And I've given many different talks to primary school level children, starting from primary 1, to let them know about renewable energies, but not just renewables or engineering particularly, but to actually give them an example of career paths that they can take, and that it isn't just you have to leave school and go to university. There's loads of different paths that you can take, and it's not one fits all. You will, as Caitlin says, try different things, and you will find something that suits you.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one set thing in stone that you have to follow nowadays.
Brilliant.
So I think it's generally just comes down to communication and an education starting at a younger age.
Yeah, definitely. Caitlin, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I have to kind of agree with Kira in that, at least when I was at school, it was very it was kind of, you go to uni or you go out and you work. And again, a big push of go to uni, it's really what you should do if you want to build a really great career. But for me, and I think a lot of other people, I knew that university or solely university wasn't the route for me. But until I was pushed towards an apprenticeship, I didn't really know that there was an opportunity where I could study and work at the same time, which for me, since my apprenticeship, I've also gone back. I've done full-time education. I've come back to full-time work. And while I did enjoy that full-time education, the combination for me is what I have found to be really, really beneficial. And I also think that you take skills from both into each area. And I think that that's huge, but it's just about raising awareness that that's something that's out there, it's something you can do. And it's not just a great career choice, but it's something that's genuinely fulfilling and exciting, and letting people know that there's actually really, really cool jobs out there, and that going into engineering and energy and stuff doesn't just mean that you have to be really good at maths, you know?
Good. Brilliant. I think one of the great things about thinking about green energy is that it's an opportunity for us to do things differently, thinking about diversity, and we were chatting about it over lunch. In your role as a STEM ambassador, I know you said you go into primary and secondary schools. Do you find, sorry, you're not ready for this question at all, it's just something I was wondering. Do you find there's a difference in the perceptions of young people with like what's a male role, what's a female role? Is there an age at which that changes, or?
There's definitely been situations where younger children have been like, oh, she's so cool, she's an engineer. Because it's not, obviously, younger children do perceive it. When you're growing up and you're having your toys, for example, they're primarily dominated if you've got like a toolkit. It tends to be blue and boys' colours, and it's not necessarily targeted towards girls. So I'd definitely say even growing up at that age, there is a stigma behind a boy's career and a girl's career. But it's so interesting changing the minds of young girls, going into the schools and giving your talks, because that's one of the things I do heavily push when I'm giving the talks, is that it isn't just a boy's career. It's exciting. You're learning new things all the time. It's something that's interesting. And if that's something that you want to do as a girl, you should fully take it up. We need more women to be interested in this industry, and we want it to be appealing to them. So I've definitely had situations where a little girl once said to me, she was like, I had no idea about any of this before you'd come in and spoken to me, and now I want to be like you. Aww. And that honestly, it made me so pleased that I'd been there and given that talk, because you don't know whose life, career and choices that you can change based on just having a conversation with somebody.
Absolutely. Or maybe she'll be on the panel in future years.
Maybe.
I'll open it up to the room if anyone has got any questions. Don't be shy. Oh, there we go. Got loads of questions now. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Hi, thanks. I'm Thomas McCormack. Just a question on, you both mentioned that you obviously went through the apprenticeship and then you returned to education. Did you find that your ability to kind of take information in was better through that process than perhaps at school, kind of when you kind of have more of a purpose around what you're learning?
Definitely. I think that, or what I found personally was that being self-driven helps a lot, and the fact that you're really driving your own career, it's something you've gone in and you've chosen to do, not just for the sake of it, really, really helps to motivate you. And I also found that having been in industry and been at work for a few years really helped, because, kind of no matter what age you are, when you go into an apprenticeship, it's your work, and college is part of your work, and they treat you like an adult and they expect you to act like one. and you also have already developed skills in terms of organisation and dealing with people. And I think I also found that I had a base of experience to draw from outside a classroom that was really helpful, that I could apply what I was learning to things that I had experienced already through my work and vice versa. So yeah, I would say it definitely helps to have had time in industry before going back to full-time education.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I think it helps as well because specifically if you're in an apprenticeship situation and you're learning whilst you are within your career, you're learning things that are specifically applicable to what you're doing, and it kind of ties hand in hand. You're learning about what you are physically implementing within your job role, and that's always going to be beneficial. So I would agree with everything Caitlin said there. I would always see that as a benefit, not only to yourself, but to your employer, because you're getting further education on the things that they are asking you to be doing.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of groups now, especially in Aberdeen and the offshore industry, etc., for women in engineering. That's quite well promoted. Did you find when you were going round, mainly Kira, going round the schools, that the teachers were supportive of allowing girls to select engineering?
Yeah, I would definitely say in my experience of the schools that I've visited, the teachers have typically been very welcoming. I wouldn't say there's ever been a scenario where they've been particularly overly interested in the fact that I was a female rather than male, which I like. I would say in my own personal experience with going through all this processes and becoming an engineer as a female, there is still a stigma today, as we've already discussed, about it being a male-dominated career. But you generally do tend to find that once you start that career, that everybody is fairly supportive. I would say I have only had maybe one instance where there's been an issue of sexism. We've definitely come a long way in regards to the field being less male-dominated. It's still an issue today, still absolutely an issue. But it's just these talks and further education that can help prevent situations like that.
Thank you. Probably got time for one last question, if anyone else has a question. Yep. Got one at the front. Oh, yeah, go on.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, again, it's a very personal thing, I think, and it comes down to what's right for you. But if you are looking to just kind of delve straight into a career and you want to begin work as soon as possible, I would say it's definitely the correct choice, and I would always recommend at least trying it to a friend.
Yeah, I would absolutely recommend it, and I actually definitely have over the years with some of my friends and things in my life that when they're trying to figure out to go, said, well, have you thought about doing this? Because for me personally, that was all it took, was for someone to be like, you know, this is an opportunity, it's probably really well suited to you, like, why don't you give it a go? Like, for a lot of people, all it takes is that little nudge of somebody close to them saying, why don't you give it a try, you know? So yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really great way to learn and to kickstart your career.
Brilliant. Thank you. I think that's actually a very good question to finish on, so thank you for that one as well. Thank you both very much for your time and for flying the flag for apprenticeships as well, not just here, but in the work that you're doing as STEM ambassadors and all that kind of stuff. And good luck with the rest of your studies.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Amy Wiggins, thank you very, very much for that two inspiring talks. And ladies and gentlemen, again, every day is a school day as far as these two young ladies are concerned. Extremely inspiring, extremely inspiring. So that's it. We're about to wind up for today. It's been a very, very interesting day. It's been wonderful to see such a diverse audience here from all aspects of the future of the Highlands and the renewable industry. We've learned a lot today. Amazing amount of investment coming into the area. We've got the opportunity to unlock that potential. The importance of investment, all sorts of investment coming into the renewables industry and coming into the Highlands. We have its challenges, the grid connection, skills, staffing, jobs, lots and lots of different challenges one way or another. We need cooperation, collaboration, and certainly working together, all sectors, both the private sector working very, very closely with the public sector. We have a current unsustainable model as far as community benefits is concerned, and that has to be looked at very, very seriously going into the future. What's going to be done with it and where that money is, who's going to administer it, and where that money is going to be placed as far as the future is concerned. Times are tough. We know times are tough in all aspects. And again, that's got to be addressed, both from the public sector and from the private sector. So, developers and that, you've got big challenges ahead of you. And then again, as I say, the working together of both the private and public sector. We have to be fleet of foot and agile in action as far as the future is concerned. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very, very much indeed for attending this conference today. And finally, I would like to thank the event partners, the exhibitors, the Scotsman newspaper, SSEN Transmission, Fred Olsen Renewables, Statkraft, Vattenfall, Scottish Power Renewables, Highland Renewables, Glen Erich Energy and Macaulay Askernish Limited. I also like to thank the Kingsmills Hotel and the staff at the Kingsmills Hotel for the excellent service they have given us today. And the post-conference report will be in the Scotsman newspaper or at scotsman.com on the 29th of May. I don't even know what date today. What's it today? The 22nd. 7 days, a week from today. And it can also be emailed to all attendees. I think there's a link. Yeah, is there a link on there? A link to the feedback form, and please take the time to fill this out so we can keep improving and coming back each year bigger and better to provide you with all the information that is current and forthcoming as far as green energy in the Highlands of Scotland is concerned. So thank you once again for attending. There is now tea and coffee served in the area that we had earlier on, and it'll be there for the next hour. So if you want to check up with people, do a bit of networking or whatever, you're very, very, very welcome. And from myself, the organisers and everybody else, a very, very safe journey home.